the increase in houselessness due to the pandemic, we opened a daytime warming station in the VFW. At that station, guests could come during the day and warm up, use the restroom, get a cup of coffee, get a bag to lunch, charge their devices, and also use a computer. We felt that this was not only very well received by the guests and the community, but that we had a continuing need for it this winter. Last winter we used emergency funds, and this winter we would like to have it at the same location for 6 months. Operating costs is around $40,000 a month. That includes security and CBOEO as an operating partner and rent at the VFW. In addition to that, the Fletcher Free Library had, when we had requested ARPA initiatives from department heads, the Fletcher Free Library had what I considered some pretty low-hanging fruit, easy and low-cost initiatives to help with the houseless population. That includes bins for that they can store their belongings in during the day. It also included outdoor charging stations, so at all times of the day or night they could charge devices that they had. So that is the extra $20,000 that you'll see in here. It's to better serve their needs during the day.
Thank you.
Just to get things started, I recommend the council approve the attached resolution. Thanks.
Is there a second? There's a second for the person. Yep. Okay, thank you. I would just can you just share? I mean, I don't want to. You know, it'll be some time before we can give a full report on the surveys that you're doing so far. But just I think we can make sure folks to know how in taking this action is very consistent with the feedback we're getting so far.
It is, and I do know that Councillor Hightower last week had indicated that we have been coming a little bit piecemeal for some of these emergency allocations. We have 1,400 responses on the survey. The overwhelming #1 response is to address houselessness. So we feel comfortable that this is in line with the responses we have so far. So the survey has not even been out for 2 full weeks yet. And as I said, the overwhelming response is to address houselessness.
For further discussion of 4.01. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Captain.
Thank you again. And I was just wondering, Catherine, if you can remind us before how much the city was allocated for snow shelters. Is it around 100,000 pounds? Okay.
I don't.
I'm happy to
Thank
speak
you.
to that. I mean, it's something that we have increased. You know, historically, homeless, houseless supports have been.
Can folks just speak out?
Okay.
And sometimes to remove the mask, especially in this room, might help the people who are listening hear better.
Yeah, that's
This is for people online or for
people online are saying they're having a hard time hearing us. So make sure you speak loud enough too.
Okay. And where is it helpful to speak in a certain direction? Is it
here? I think it just picks it up. It's just
Okay.
you gotta kind of project it.
All right.
So
just traditionally, historically, social services are paid for overwhelmingly by the state. The state has the agencies with these responsibilities. The city's investments in directly in homeless or houseless supports has been very modest. That has been changing over time. I would say over the last, I can just speak to the $1,000 a year to add extra months to the low barrier warming shelter. I think that was our first direct investment. That was expanded to about $100,000 a year, $110,000 a year is what we are now paying as our share of the year-round low barrier shelter. In addition to that, we do have a housing trust fund, which has between, at this point, approximately prior to the near doubling that the voters approved last year was about just shy of $400,000 a year that the city was putting into directly of local funds being put into one form or another of housing. Some of that would go towards homelessness directly or some element of homelessness, but it's on that order of magnitude.
I mean, I think a plan for sustainability outside the $500,000 to be done out of that. We thinking about that already?
We have been, I mean, we are gonna be, as we take the larger ARPA sum and go through the public process, we will also be connecting with our community partners who provide most of these services to see the best way to invest in these moving forward.
Okay, further discussion of item 4.01. Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This brings us to 4.02. Thank you, Cara. So 4.02. This is this is very similar to the item we had last week, which board members will remember, where for essentially for auditing purposes, we're doing something unusual this year. We don't normally have these tens of millions of dollars of federal funds to invest, and as a result, we're sort of figuring out the proper way to document and to document what we're doing. And the auditors, even though you already passed in the budget the use of ARPA funds for BED arrearage issues, and to deal with the fact that our parking fund, traffic fund was devastated by the pandemic and needed some revenue replacement. You already approved that in the budget, but the auditors have requested additional documentation of that for the records. And this is, so that's what we did last week with BED. This is what we're doing this week with traffic fund. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. So with that, that's what 4.02 is on the floor and ready for discussion or motion. Councilor Jan.
Yep, I'm gonna make a motion to approve and recommend the city council to utilize ARPA fund for parking traffic division, public works, $1 million to be this division for its revenue loss currently.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion of 4.02? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And this brings us to 4.03, which is a substantial change request to VEPC regarding the downtown tax increment financing district. And here to brief the board on this is Director Brian Pine, and he's joined by David White of White for investors, who is, as councilors will remember, our new member of our team to assist us with both the city place development and brings a vast background in Vermont's TIF legislation and administration of these TIF districts, and it's really had a lot already. It's a short number of weeks with us in a key time as we're for the TIF district. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian and David to tee this up.
Sure, I'll take this off just to
That's
talk briefly. So I was talking to David before we came in. It's almost exactly 10 years ago that he and Stephanie Clark, right, from David's firm, and I sat for the council to get the council to create the downtown TIF. That was 10 years ago. And so you'll hear in a little while the accomplishments that have been made. We still have some time left in this TIF district, and I think what we're going to present tonight hopefully is compelling and support for finance and then the council. I think the key thing that I just want to point out is that what you're discussing tonight does not relate to City Place, so that is the waterfront TIF district. It does not relate to the GO bond that is facing the voters soon. The ballots, I guess, are going out momentarily. So this is very specifically about the downtown TIF district with respect to the Great Streets project on Main Street, and it's really, as well as the sewer ravine that runs in the ravine that used to cross a good part of the city that was largely been filled in, but runs right through the property that some will call the gateway block or the super block. If the people who've been here a long time, maybe you can call it the old county jail. The property has been used for a lot, but it's the parking lot now in the corner. So I think the thing that I just want to highlight is the idea that TIF is a tool that municipalities have available because Vermont recognized that the way to encourage thriving, strong, vibrant downtowns is to invest in the infrastructure of those downtowns. And that just by comparison, 40 years ago, when Bernie Sanders first became mayor, we had a source of revenue that funded those projects called federal revenue sharing. Burlington got $1 million from the federal government to fund projects like that and infrastructure. And it was a $10 million general fund. So if you went with that ratio, we'd be receiving about $6.5 million of federal dollars to fund these types of projects. But because revenue sharing was discontinued under Ronald Reagan, cities had to come up with different ways to fund infrastructure. So that's really the historical note that is why people say, why do you do this complicated method? It seems really not the best way. The reason why is because local government only has so many ways to do it. And this is a way to fund infrastructure without relying on today's taxpayers to pay for it. It's new growth, bringing in the new revenue to cover the cost to service the debt that you incurred to build the infrastructure. So it's a wonky topic, but it's one that I think people sometimes miss out on why we use TIF in Vermont so much, why we're very dependent on it. So we have a PowerPoint. Yeah. Oh.
Something happens to the image.
This is Laura Wheelock. When we used this last week, we had to keep it active. Otherwise, the video turns off. There's just not enough people moving.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. And did the audio also shut off or just the video?
Just the video, almost like it goes into a sleep mode.
So you don't even get talking heads, you just get talking without the heads.
Yep.
All right, the PowerPoint, we had a little bit of a glitch,
Yes.
but I don't think it would be that hard to solve right now if I sent it to somebody to
Yes.
cap. So David, I'm gonna hand it off to you.
Okay.
And I'll send it to her so we can get going to the PowerPoint, but in the meantime, start your presentation.
So for the record, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm David White, I'm president of Whiteberg Real Estate Advisors. And yes, we've been involved with TIF for more than a decade and have helped establish the majority of the TIFs that exist in the state of Vermont today. And so very, very familiar with how those work, as well as having set up the downtown TIF district for the city a decade ago. I'm make the assumption that most of the people here are relatively familiar with how TIF works, but let me, I wish we had the PowerPoint available because I've got all kinds of nice graphic slides, but let me give you a quick overview just as a refresher. And for those maybe who are watching via Zoom or in the audience who aren't as familiar with it. So when you establish a TIF district, you define a specific geographic area. Certain properties are in the TIF district, others are not in the TIF district. It's very specific in terms of which properties are part of the TIF district. And in Burlington, you're actually in an unusual circumstance. You're the only municipality in the state that has two TIF districts. There's the waterfront TIF district and the downtown TIF district. And I should caution you that those two TIF districts operate under somewhat different rules because the downtown TIF district was the very first one established in the state of Vermont back in the mid-1960s and was established by legislative decision before the current process was established. And what I'm going to talk about tonight is not the waterfront TIF district and not about the way those rules work. I'm going to talk about the downtown TIF district. The downtown TIF district, thank you, Catherine. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to talk about what is TIF, the downtown TIF, specifically what we're proposing. There'll be an opportunity for questions. I'm going to go through very quickly because this was actually set up for the public hearing later tonight. And so bear with me as I rattle off very quickly. Next slide, please. So if you look here, the waterfront TIF district is most of that pink area along the waterfront, plus it includes the old, where the Marriott is and Hotel Vermont and the former mall now, the future City Place. The downtown TIF district is the blue area that sort of wraps around it, and it encompasses much of downtown, but not all of downtown. Because in establishing the TIF district, the Vermont Economic Progress Council wants you to keep it as small as possible. And they argue to take this property out, that property out. And so it does not encompass all of downtown, but it is that blue area that wraps around. So it does include, say, Pearl Street, both sides. It includes Cherry Street, the north side. It includes along South Winooski Avenue, a portion of Main Street, and some of the other properties west of City Hall. So next slide, please. This is the gist of it, that basically the concept is that what the municipality does is identify those infrastructure barriers that are making private investment difficult. And it varies from municipality to municipality. It also varies from project to project. But the concept is the municipality borrows money to invest in the infrastructure that removes the barriers, that enables or incentivizes private development. And the new taxes, only the new taxes from that development, then in turn pay off the bond. And so when you establish a TIF district, well, I'll get to let's go to the next slide. So if you look at this one, there's a lot going on in there. Do you mind if I walk up and stand by it for a moment? It might be a little bit easier to understand. So when you establish a TIF district, you determine what's called the original taxable value, or OTV. What's the value in the TIF district today at the day you establish the TIF district? And then the taxes from that value continue to go where they've always gone. You don't take a nickel of that money. So you're not taking it, continues to go to the education fund, it continues to go to the general fund, et cetera. Over time, as you incentivize and as new development and new values created, in the downtown TIF district, 100% of the incremental new municipal taxes goes to the TIF fund to help retire the debt that's incurred. In the education fund, 75% goes to the TIF district, 25% goes to the ed fund right from the get-go. And over time, the TIF district generally has a life of about 20 years, and there's some nuances to that I won't get into in huge detail, but once all the debt's paid off, then all of those taxes, the municipal and education taxes, go to where they would otherwise. And so 20 years out, more or less, there's this new shot of revenue that goes to both the municipality and to the education fund. Now, what's important to understand is that under the statute, there's only a 10-year period during which the municipality is allowed to incur debt. After that, you're done. You cannot incur any more debt. And it happens that because it was established in 2011, normally that would expire in 2021 and we'd already be over. But the TIF district, the legislature's expanded it by 2 years. So we actually have until March 31st, 2023. So there are only 2 years left, and that's critical to both the decision tonight, but also potentially some future decisions, because when March 31, 2023 rolls around, you're done. You can't borrow any more money. This tool's no longer available in the downtown TIF district. And you also have only a 20-year period during which you can retain the education portion of the taxes. I will parenthetically say that the municipality has the right to retain its own municipal taxes longer if it chooses to do so. We're not proposing that tonight, but it's conceivable something the city could look at in the future. But for now, what that means is because, well, let's go to the next slide. Let's see, I guess we can see most of it. So the district established in 2011, the first debt was incurred in 2016, and you count the retention period for education taxes for 20 years from then. So the final period for retaining the education taxes is 2036. And the final date for incurring new debt is 2023. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next slide. So historically, so far, what's been done in the TIF district is the Great Streets projects on a project on St. Paul Street, some repairs to the Marketplace garage that needed to be done, the brownfield cleanup at the Browns Court parking lot before the Eagles Landing project was built there, and some stormwater upgrades that were done at the same time as the City Hall renovation, park renovations along Main Street. It didn't make sense to do those later. So that's been done. Let's move on. The OTV, the original taxable value in the district was $170 million. You currently have a value of about $285 million. So you've got incremental value of $115 million in the TIF district. Now, a portion of that is as a result of the reappraisal that took place. And another portion is as a result of new projects. I don't happen to have the breakout or know the breakout between those, but there's an incremental value since it was established of $115 million. The voters approved a total of up to date, at least, have approved a total of $10 million of debt, of which 5.4 million has actually been incurred, and that leaves, and of that 5.4 million, some has been paid off. So it's currently about 4.6 million remaining balance on that original debt. Let's move on. So as of the beginning of the current fiscal year, there was about $1.8 million sitting, a positive value in the TIF, downtown TIF fund. We are projecting, looking forward, about 2.4 million to start in the TIF district. We expect that will grow over time. And this includes, I should say, not just the direct incremental taxes, but the city did enter into an agreement with Champlain College that is paying $260,000 a year in development fee for the Eagles Landing project until the end of the life of the TIF district. So through 2036, 37, that range. So this includes that 260,000. And out of that 10 million, because we borrowed about 4 million, and there've been some of what are called related costs, which are operational costs for the district, there's about 4 million left of what the voters have already approved. So very quickly, we're here because we're going to propose, we have to go to VEPC for what's called a request for substantial change to the district. And basically what that means is VEPC wants to know absolutely anything you change in the district. And some of the changes are not what we would consider VEPC, substantial, but in this case, I think it's fairly substantial. The process in general works like this. So we're required to have a public hearing, which we'll have tonight with City Council. The application to VEPC, assuming the City Council approves it, will go in at the end of this week. It's due on the 29th for a hearing, which will be in November with VEPC. We will, assuming this all goes positively, we'll be back to the City Council looking for you to put, probably in January, to make the decision to put it on the March ballot, some additional debt. And then we hope to have VEPC approval. It could happen as soon as the meeting, but more likely they'll wait a month or two before they issue the formal approval. But we're anticipating VEPC approval. And then there's a required additional public hearing that takes place before the bond vote. I would anticipate roughly the February timeframe, and then go back to the voters again in March. So there's a substantial amount of process before we even get to issuing the bond, which do have to happen before that March 31st date in 2023. Let's move on. So you're familiar with the Great Streets program already. I won't belabor it, but that's the core of the city's investments in downtown to try to incentivize it. And as a piece of that, let's move on. The main thing that what's currently approved is by VEPC is the Great Streets projects from Main Street to South Union, from South Union to Pine, and Great Streets on South Winooski from College to King Street. Let's move on. That's currently approved. What we're proposing in the way of change is to add the two lower blocks of Main Street so that it goes from Pine all the way to Battery, so we really connect with the waterfront more effectively and just get it all done at once. Remove the 2 blocks of South Winooski at this point. And I want to be clear that this effort also includes subsurface utility upgrades, reconstructions, replacements, and extensions. It just doesn't make sense to do the surface without also doing what's underneath it. So a fair amount of the cost is actually in this part. And we are adding in the relocation of the ravine sewer as part of the Great Streets project because it crosses right under Main Street, and it doesn't make any sense to not do that now, because then you'd later have to rip it up, what you've just invested in the Great Streets on Main Street in order to ultimately do that. And I will add that that ravine sewer, getting rid of it across that property is critical to being able to develop the gateway block. You just can't build over the top of this thing. Related costs, we'll be looking for approval for just under $1.5 million over the life of the TIF district. So from now to 2036 in terms of related costs. And in total, a debt limit of $31,500,000. That includes, I might say, the $4 million that's still left in the $10 million that's been approved by voters. And exactly what form of the bond council will want to go to word the bonding, I don't know, but it's actually $27.5 million new bonding, if you will. Let's move on. So just to reiterate in terms of Main Street, because I know there's been some confusion, but here's Main Street, and the different segments are in different areas. So the segment here along City Hall, the couple of blocks along City Hall and just west of there, the next block west of there, those have been approved by both the voters and by VEPC. The eastern two blocks have been VEPC approved, but have not yet been asked. We've not yet asked the voters for approval. And the western two blocks will need both VEPC and voter approval. So from VEPC's perspective, this section is not part of the substantial change because they've already approved it. This section is, but with the voters, we'll go back for both of those. Let's move on. So very quickly in terms of the ravine, for those who aren't familiar with it, this kind of looks at some of the subsurface utilities. This is College Street, this is South Winooski, this is Main, there's Memorial Auditorium, there's the fire station, here's the library. This purple line is where that ravine sewer runs. And it goes right under the library, crosses right under this, where the parking lot is, and you can't build on top of it. So that's got to go away if the city ever wants to see this redeveloped. And I know there's conversation about whether it might be the high school, but irrespective of whether that ever happens here, you can't develop this site without dealing with that ravine sewer line. It's got to be relocated off of this property. So included in that 31.5 million is a budget to relocate it around along College and South Winooski and get it out of the middle of this so that that can get developed ultimately. It doesn't remain the way it is. And for those who don't know, that's what it looks like. This is actually a photo inside the sewer right behind, that was taken right about here behind the fire station.
Could we keep it as a tourist attraction?
Exactly. Well, if you had skulls and so forth, maybe it would be. Let's move on. Okay, and for those who don't know, here's the view today from the corner of South Winooski and Main. Looking, there's Memorial Auditorium, there's the fire station, there's the Congregational Church. 1870. If you haven't seen it before, and that ravine was, you're talking serious, and this is just the part that's visible there. That's a bridge on College Street. It crosses over and goes, and there was another bridge on Main Street. So this was very, very substantial. And one of the challenges on the site is not just dealing with the flow, but also dealing with, there's probably not very good compacted fill in there for foundations. Let's move on. So in terms of private development, we've been conservative. We're anticipating in the cash flow that the YMCA hotel will happen, and we've got it at several years out. It's not happening right away, but we've got it several years out. The redevelopment of the VFW site that Champlain Housing Trust now has under contract, and we expect that to move forward. And also there's a smaller project over on South Champlain Street that's fully permitted, although I understand they may be coming back to enlarge the project, but the developers absolutely intend to go to proceed. So those are the only three new projects we're relying on in terms of the cash flow projections for this, ones that we have high degree of confidence will actually occur. In addition to that, we're showing background growth of only about 1% per year annually for the rest of the life of the TIF district to help support it. And there are a lot of other private projects we've noted. I think about the potential redevelopment, for instance, of the cathedral over on Cherry Street that we've noted in our application materials, but we're not counting on any cash flow because they're speculative. We don't know whether they'll happen and when they'll happen, but we've noted that they may be, and some of the improvements may help incentivize those. Let's move on. So this is the summary of the cash flow. I'm not going to walk you all the way through, but there's been a highly detailed analysis done, and it starts with the amount of cash that we've got available. It looks at what we project in the way of annual revenue into the TIF district, including this is the 260 from Champlain College, total available revenue, the existing debt service, our projected debt service for the 31 million, and then the total projected debt service, related costs, and the cumulative surplus deficit. And at the present time, we're projecting about $6 million in surplus at the end of the life of the TIF district. I should caution a couple of things. One of the most important is that VEPC currently will not allow us to assume any increases in tax rates over the life of the TIF district whatsoever. They require us to assume zero increase. The truth is, I think that's absurd. I think it will increase. History shows that education taxes, at least I know the municipality never raises its taxes, but the education tax at least will go up. And but they require us to be very conservative and assume zero. if those go up even by 1 or 2% a year annually on the average, this number is going to be a heck of a lot bigger at the end of the life of the TIF district. So I think there's a fair amount of comfort in this, if you will, in terms of where I think we will end up. Let's move on. So just caution, this is probably not the last time we'll be coming back to you. I think we'll likely, in less than 6 months, be back sometime in winter or spring 2022 to talk about more Great Streets projects. We're not prepared to go into tonight. This is kind of a heads up. So that surplus that's being shown, that 6 million, et cetera, we may well end up wanting to use to help invest in Cherry Street or Bank Street or South Winooski Avenue. That's a future conversation, but just giving you that heads up. So I think that's it. Oh, the quick summary, which is simply adding Main Street, removing South Winooski, total debt limit. We believe there's sufficient increment comfortably to pay the debt service, and we're going to need City Council approval to be able to submit it this week.
Just say a little bit more about the last point.
So let's go one more. I think that's, there we go.
That's great, dude. Thank you. That was great. Even for someone who's worked a lot with the TIF district, it was great to see it all laid out that way so clearly. So again, the action tonight is to allow us to submit this application to VEPC. There will be future council actions, both numerous future council actions, notably there is definitely another vote by the council before this is sent to the voters. That vote would be, I was up there before, probably
January. Yeah.
So,
well, let me, if I may, add to that, which is that there's also, if VEPC approves this and the voters approve it, does not obligate the city to do all of this. If something changes between now and when you want to actually implement it, you can choose to cut back on it. You can't add to it without going back to VEPC, but it doesn't obligate you to spend all that money on these projects.
thank you. That's okay.
Great. I have a general question about using this funding model generally, which is, since we're assuming that there won't be any tax revenue increase, I think, for the funding itself, I guess how does that interact with kind of our annual budget, which I think does assume that there will be increases that will be flowing towards our general fund, and then if any increases going forward go to funding, how does that impact our annual budget?
Quick summary is the base increment continues to flow to us in the education fund.
With no assumptions of increases.
Whatever the valuation was, whatever the tax assessment of that was prior to the formation of the district, that is unaffected by anything we do in the TIF district. With this TIF district, and there's some exception with the waterfront TIF district in the past, but with this TIF district, any new increment, new revenue created gets divided. 25% flows to the ed fund and the city under, and that gets divided up proportionally. About 30% of it flows to the city, 70% flows to the ed fund. So 25% of the new taxes generated in the TIF district flow to those entities. 75% of the increment for this time limited 20-year period flowing to the TIF district, and that's what we're protecting. Yeah.
I want to clarify 2 points. One is that actually the way the ed fund money and the municipal money is handled is different. In the case of the municipal tax, 100% of the municipal taxes on the incremental value goes to the TIF fund. It's 25% of in the education fund, 75% goes to the TIF fund, 25% to the education fund. Just to clarify that point. But the other point is to your question that any actual increase in tax rates, to the mayor's point on that, I showed you the original taxable value, the OTV was 170 million. So any increase in the tax rate will also increase the revenue to the general fund from that, from the increase in the tax rate. That does not go to TIF. So whatever tax rate is assessed on that $170 million, those taxes will continue to go to to the general fund and will not go to the TIF fund. It's only the taxes, if there's an actual increase in tax rate, which I expect there will be, on the incremental taxes, that will go to the TIF fund. But I will add to that, that once you reach the period of time when you can no longer incur debt, March 31st, 2023, so very soon, VEPC has the right to take a look at what your tax revenue is in the fund. And if you actually have more revenue than you need to retire debt, they can then reduce that and allow some of the funds to start to go to the education fund and to the general fund, some of the surplus, so that it doesn't just accumulate there when you don't need it.
It does accumulate though, at the end of the life, it gets distributed out.
Yes, to the extent that it does accumulate as a surplus at the end, they will get pro rata distributed to the ed fund and the general fund based on what portion they each put in, if there is a surplus at the end.
And it seems there is a over $6 million in surplus in this project.
That's projected, yes.
And my question was going to be, does the city have the capacity to do anything with it? But now hearing that it's not only the city anymore, it's also the education.
Correct.
And who's going to make the determination in getting this much?
That's actually done by the state. The Vermont Economic Progress Council has the authority at any point during the life of the district to change what the proportions are. At the end of the life of the district, the statute's very clear that it has to be distributed proportional. So if the municipality put in 30% and the ed fund put in 70%, then the ed fund gets 70% whatever the surplus is at the end, the municipality gets 30.
Okay, and if they allocate this money to the city, does it come with strings saying you cannot use this money for X, Y, and Z, or you can use it? It's at your discretion.
And well, during the life of the district, there are a lot of strings. At the end, no, it just goes to the general fund.
It's going to say this is the most thorough presentation, but keep this right ever. This is the first one. But I will also consult Director Pine, maybe for further details.
I want to make sure Councilor Hightower's questions were fully answered.
Yeah.
You talked a lot in the answer, not sure, fundamentally, if the assumption that the state makes us assume, that VEPC makes us assume that there's going to be no increase in taxation proves inaccurate, and thus more revenues end up flowing, more of those 75% increment flows into the TIF district. That's what happens. That's why it's a little absurd that it is such a conservative assumption. We will be assessing that together up until March of 23, and if we still do have the ability to incur other debt to use those funds, if the council and the voters and VEPC approve additional expansions to the district.
Right, so follow-up question then on that, thank you, is because I just know that for our budget, like forecast for we've changed some of the assumptions to be, I think, a little less conservative. So I just want to make sure that we're not running into suddenly having a lot more money that's going to be flowing to TIP instead of going to the annual budget as we expected when we're making less conservative assumptions. So.
Understood. I don't. We certainly have been taking into account the TIF taxation as we've been constructing these budgets, and so their conservatism shouldn't really impact the way we budget. If that makes sense. President Tracy.
So I was curious about the removal of the Southwood Newski piece, recognizing that the district is performing better than we thought it might. Is this informed by a capacity issue, or is it something else? And is there another way to potentially keep up the positive momentum that we've seen in recent years in terms of improvements to North Newski? I know South Newski, sorry. I know that the state's going to come through, that we're going to have some significant funding for retake, but is there other opportunities to make that a more complete street now that we're moving that?
I think the goals to make improvements on South Whiskey are still pretty broadly and widely held, but the right now the request is to essentially reallocate that TIF capacity from grade streets on Main Street, knowing that we're going to come back probably next spring or maybe sometime next spring if push to talk about what to add back in. Because we're gonna go back to VEPC, they want us to come back, but just this time they want us to sort of narrow the project, not keep Winooski Avenue in it and Main, but just put it all on Main for great streets and then come back. So it's down, like, but not too far.
Thank you.
Councilor Jay.
Why is the council president has to sign this letter and not the mayor?
That's the statutory. This, the statute says the highest elected official of the legislative body and the highest appointed administrative. It's by statute.
Yeah, I had to do it for the waterfront tip last year. I had to come and say someone do it.
We have to do it again this year. This week. I might add that we have Laura Wheelock here, as you know, online, and she, if there are any questions from the engineering and public works perspective, she's certainly a resource deeply familiar with the details.
Okay, so I don't believe we have a motion yet. We are hoping to get the update that we got to the agenda as well. Further questions, we're ready for a motion. Councilor Paul.
I still to approve the city substantial change request to VEPC for its downtown tip district authorized City Council President Max Tracy and Chief Administrative Officer Kevin Shaw to execute the attached form of the request letter.
That's a second by Councilor Jang. Thank you. Any further discussion? Great, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, David. And we'll see you back here again soon.
Catherine, I hope you're willing to run the PowerPoint again. Thank you.
All right. So now City Attorney can come and join us at the table. And there's been a couple of developments over the course of the day. One of them legal. Stan will speak to in a moment with respects to Sears Lane. We also, I believe I saw him before, Paul Dragon, the executive director of CDOYO, I think is with us. Can we confirm that? Great. And Paul's Cora team is the team that has been charged with trying to work with all of the individuals who've been camping in Sears Lane and ensure that everyone who is interested in it, housing supports, everyone who's interested in a better housing option is given the opportunity to pursue that. And Paul has an update on that work as well. So why don't we do each of those two things? Why don't we start, Dan? There was another emergency motion today that has been addressed today. So a quick update, the council and the board of finance, as well. A number of councilors are here or online, as well as members of media. I know people are having some trouble hearing online, so if everyone could try to project, if you could start with that, and then we'll go to Paul Dragon.
Sure. So just to update the council, we last met, the Board of Finance last met. There was an emergency motion filed last week by two individuals who claim to be occupying the Sears Lane site, seeking a temporary restraining order. And they filed it ex parte, which means just without notice to the other side, which is allowed under the rules. The court rejected it because it was not sufficient to establish a right to the relief that was sought. So today there was a revised emergency motion. Essentially, it wasn't the same parties that were filing it seeking the same type of relief. The court notified the city that this had been filed, and about noontime gave us 3 hours to respond, saying that they were going to make a decision on this motion before the end of the day. We filed our response to that motion in the court shortly before 4:30 issued a decision denying the renewed request for the motion, but there is a hearing on a preliminary injunction hearing on Thursday at 1 p.m. So where things stand right now, the court has effectively refused to either issue a restraining order or any type of legal jurisdiction that would limit or affect the city's ability to act upon its policy. There is an injunctive hearing, a preliminary injunction hearing on Thursday, but until either an injunction issues or such, there is no legal limitation on the city's right to enforce its policy as it stands right now.
All right, thank you for that update, Dan. I will be speaking a little bit further to how, in light of that ruling, we're planning on going forward. But before doing that, I would like to ask Paul Dragon to share his update on how the work to find better housing options for all of the campers at Sears Lane is going. Again, just to remind people how CBOEO got involved when I made the decision a couple weeks ago now that the encampment had become unsafe for campers, for neighbors, for first responders. We immediately sought a partnership with the state and through the state with CBOEO to be working in an intensive way with campers to find housing options. And that request was granted, essentially emergency authorization of funds granted by the state, empowering CBOEO to work with individuals, mobilize resources, and find new housing options for folks. And that work, from a report that I got earlier today, is going quite well, and wanted to ask Paul to share the update with the council and the public. Paul, are you able to do that? No, he was with us. Seems like he's right there. Director Pine is trying to connect. If this doesn't work quickly, I can share myself. The council would appreciate hearing directly from Paul.
Meanwhile, can we ask a
Hey, Paul,
question?
we're ready to hear you. You're on the Zoom. At least you look like you're there. Right? Okay, yeah, thanks.
See,
Since he doesn't think that's him, but
Hello?
he was not with us before.
yeah, he said he had some connection problem. All right. Let's see if he can get back in.
All right, well, while,
Yeah.
go ahead, Councilor Jane, you can, while we're seeing if that works, go ahead if you have a question for the city attorney.
Sorry that I cannot listen to people.
That's okay.
But are you saying that the city cannot have anybody from that site, at least until after Thursday?
So a couple of responses, no, saying the opposite, but I do want to be careful. The term evict has a certain meaning in the law. We're not talking about eviction here because there's no landlord-tenant relationship. We're talking about removal. But because these motions were denied, we can move forward as the city sees fit in taking action in regards to Sears.
So then what is the hearing about 1 p.m.
So the way in which, and I apologize, I'll just, this is the only way I can think of to explain it, is effectively, is when you file a complaint, you're asking for certain relief. And that relief will come at the end of the court process, which may be months, years ahead. But under Rule 65, there's the ability to seek out what is known as a preliminary injunction, which is to say, if you meet certain standards, likelihood of success on the merits, that there is a compelling interest and other issues, you can be granted essentially a order from the court that says to the other party, do this or don't do that. And if it's even so necessary that you can't even wait for a preliminary injunction hearing, Rule 65 allows you to file what's known as a temporary restraining order, which is you go into court and you say, if the other side does what they say they're going to do, we're going to suffer irreparable harm. You need to grant us this emergency temporary relief. And sometimes that's ex parte, meaning you haven't even contacted the other side, the court will grant it or not grant it. And sometimes it means that you've contacted the other side, but it's just a quick ruling from the court, but it's usually a snapshot. And these are all just pieces in time to either have someone do or not do something.
So it does appear that Paul Dragon is with us. It says Jordan Riddell there, but that is Paul. And Paul, you're speaking to the Board of Finance as well as many city councilors who are not on the Board of Finance and members of the public and media that have joined us. And I'm not sure if you were able to hear me before, but I said you could update folks on how the work with the campers at Sears Lane is going and the success, the progress you're making, finding better housing options for folks that are there.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks everybody for having me. So I'm with the Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity, and we have a street outreach team, 3 members who have been doing outreach to different encampments and serving people who are experiencing homelessness all around Chittenden County through beginning in July, and they've been going regularly to the Sears Lane and working with the residents there. They serve lunch there every day. Since there was an order to remove folks from Sears Lane, we have been working on trying to get them into either hotel rooms or we also have funding for campers. We have funding to help people relocate if they have a housing plan in another town, another area. So we're really trying to work to get them to wherever they can be in terms of harm reduction, just as long as they want to leave. So that's the work we have been doing. I think as of the end of the day tomorrow, we have 9 people confirmed who will be going to hotels, 12 people most likely. 2 people have said that they would like to relocate to another state because they have some ties there, or we can connect them with services. A couple of people have requested campers, which we can purchase. And then there are some people who are still looking at other options. I was telling the mayor earlier, it's a very fluid situation. There's anywhere from 20 to 30 people there. People come and go, sometimes weekly. Others, I met a person there who has been there for 2 years. So it's hard to know exactly because it's not like you go there and everybody is there. We go there at different times of the day and you're not going to see every single person there. So we're working hard to try to make connections, make sure people have at least food every day, try to get them warm clothing and referrals, of course, to housing and other services. But that's the status as of today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. And I will open it up for questions in one moment. Can you just speak to, has it been CBOEO's goal to connect and offer supports to every, and understanding the fluidity and that that there's some variability about who's there, but it has been the goal to connect with everyone there and offer them assistance?
Yeah, I think we have connected with the vast majority of people who are there. And we recently have been handing out a flyer for people that we can't connect with, just to let them know that, hey, if you do want to leave, we can help with hotel rooms, or we can help with travel, or we can, we can work with you on some other temporary plan. So I can't say with 100% surety we've connected to every single person there. However, we've connected with most, and we've certainly given and supplied the information so that people can connect with us if we haven't seen them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions? And I know we have many councilors here in the room. Does anyone have any questions for Paul at this point?
Second.
Councilor Kay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Paul, for being here. I think what I'm hearing you saying is basically you haven't started to work with this encampers just now. It's been an ongoing process that CBOU has undertaken, and it's not only also this year, and you do it throughout the county. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is true. So just for a little bit of context, we had been operating the Holiday Inn shelter in South Burlington through the end of June, and that was the state's largest emergency shelter. We had about 155 people there at any given time. When that facility closed at the end of June, we knew, so we got a grant through a variety of sources to have 3 street outreach workers. So we've only been doing street outreach as an agency since July, but we do have, we do know the folks that we're serving because we did operate the Holiday Inn for 15 months. And just as an add-on, I would let you know that we did receive a grant for a mobile outreach van with 2 computer stations that will be operating. Hopefully, we just put out a request for proposal. So we'll hopefully have that van up and running so people can come in, apply for benefits in the van, check their email, apply for jobs, just another added benefit. So if people are going to be dispersing from Sears Lane or going anywhere else, or as you know, we have a real issue with hotel rooms and availability. This will just be another opportunity to reach out to people. Again, not sufficient. It's all harm reduction. We all know we want permanent housing for people. We just are not there yet as a community or as a state.
And if some people choose to stay, you are not going to manage the site, but you will continue to provide support.
Yeah, we'll continue to provide support. I think the city has showed a great level of patience and support for the site up until the order to remove. And I know that they issued an RFP. CBOEO didn't go for that RFP, neither did any other agency. Our perspective is that, we're not there to manage sites. We're there to help self-organize. So we'd be happy to go into that site or any other site like we do with our mobile home program and do some resident organizing. And that means trying to create community and have people self-manage their own living situation. That's something we would do, but we're not going to manage a site. That's just our perspective. And if people continue to stay there, we would continue to go in and we would continue to provide food every day, emergency services. And if folks wanted something more around, helping people to better connect around community and self-organize, we'd be happy to do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there, President Tracy?
So I'm curious as to when these arrangements were made. Was that today, Paul?
Or which arrangements?
For residents who are staying there? Because I guess out of context, I was there on both Saturday and Sunday speaking with folks, and I didn't find a single person who I spoke to there at Sears Lane who had any idea what they're going to do, what they were going to do come Tuesday. So there was a lot of confusion that existed, and I'm speaking just from the folks that I spoke with directly on site, and they said they hadn't had contact or spoken with folks, and that they didn't know where they were going to go.
Yeah, No, thanks for going there. No, our team is there, including today. They're there every single day providing food, and I was there passing out the flyers. They connect with people every day, and they have 9 commitments for people to go to hotels. On Sunday, I got a woman into a hotel. She called me here, and we arranged for her to go to a hotel. So I can't answer for what you're hearing. I'm just saying that the team is there making arrangements every day, providing food, and transportation is an issue, as you know, because there's not a lot of hotel availability. So we also have to set up taxis and Uber. But yeah, everybody there knows that everybody there should know that there's possibilities, that CVOEO is providing resources if people do indeed want to go.
The second question is, for the folks who are going to be staying in motels, will that continue beyond the end of the year where when the governor has extended the program but has not committed to extending it beyond the end of the year, or will that funding dry up at that point?
Yeah, I think you have to separate out the two pieces. So you're talking about the general assistance program where the governor has extended the stay. CVOEO and a number of other organizations has advocated for that through December and even longer. This funding that we received was short-term funding from the state. We asked for funding if people wanted to leave Sears Lane. We asked for some immediate hotel funding where people could go for up to 30 days. So that is up to 30 days. And whether they'll be eligible for the GA program after that or not, I'm not sure. I mean, we would advocate for that, obviously, and we'd advocate for more money until people get permanent housing for people to either stay in hotels or some other facility. We've, weighed in continuously on more housing options until there's permanent housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And certainly what Paul describes is consistent with conversations I've had with Lacey Smith about her work with campers at the state, and consistent with some of the reporting even that has been done by various journalists. Councilor Freeman.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure how to get into the queue. Thank you, Paul, for providing a little bit more context, and thank you, Councilor Tracy, for those follow-up questions. I think for me, though I hear that there is an attempt to have a sort of coordinated continuum of resources, of whether it's housing, other sort of, whether it's like healthcare or substance use support or mental health support, sort of anything that anyone down at Sears Lane may need access to, food, these are things that anyone would need access to, but certainly include folks that anyone down at Sears Lane as well might need access to. It just doesn't, and this is not to disregard any of the work of CVOEO or CEDO, but evicting, and I hear the city attorney that eviction is not the correct term, removal, whatever we want to use. It's still the entire, the effect of it, I can't help but feeling like, and not to be alarmist or dramatic, but it reminds me of back in the day when Lunegs was buying one-way bus tickets for houseless folks downtown. We cannot displace houselessness. The Sears Lane encampment exists because people will always need access to non-traditional housing until we have, and not only until we have permanent housing systems and housing as a housing first model where anyone can have access to low barrier housing with no question asked as a first. I don't want to be cut off, and I see you.
Well,
So
Councilor Freeman, I just want to be clear, this is not intended to substitute for, there's going to be a resolution. This is an opportunity to ask questions to Paul Dragon, will not be available later on, or other.
I'll wrap up quickly. I understand, and I can also make comments at the time, and that's fine. I will wrap up quickly. What I wanted to say, and it's not a question, I guess, it is just a comment, as I appreciate the work that's being done. I appreciate any of the work that's being done around resources that we're giving to houseless folks. this is why I didn't want to be interrupted, because I really didn't want to lose my train of thought, and it drags out the comments even longer. That there will always be, excuse me, now I'm getting worse. There will always be a need to have places where people can shelter on communal lands and have access to non-traditional housing. And so I appreciate the work being done to find housing for folks who want that and need that, and to have or sort of resources and et cetera and so forth. So I do appreciate that work. I don't think this update to me doesn't replace the fact that we shouldn't be removing the encampment at Sears Lanes. But thank you for the update.
Could I respond, Mayor, just quickly?
Yeah, 1 second, Paul, there's another question with Councilor Hightower, and why don't we?
Not a question, just wanting to keep note of the time.
Yeah, and so when we are late on time here, so I think Councilor Hightower has the last question, and then I'll ask you to respond to both.
Yeah, I've got one question for the city attorney, but I can wait for that till
Okay.
the discussion later. And so I guess really the only question is, it sounds like there's a few things that are still ongoing, and there's talk of campers, but yet to be purchased. So I guess my takeaway is we're not going to be ready tomorrow to have everybody have housing that is at least equal to or better than. Okay, thank you.
No, as you can imagine, campers are not an easy thing just to buy. So this will take some time, and the more time, the better is how I would put it.
Thank you.
Last question for you, Paul. Can you just speak to, we spoke before, could you just speak, I'm not sure in this update I've heard explicitly, the number of people that CBOEO is aware of that are not, that do not intend to leave, or that have not taken advantage of the services being offered at this point? What number would you put that at?
Yeah, it's really hard, and I hate to be vague. It's so hard. Like, people's condition changes day by day. There may be 3 to 5 or more. It's just very, very hard for me to say. And I do want to just respond quickly to Councilor Freeman, because I agree completely. People should be able to stay. It's not that I don't have empathy for the city, for the neighbors, for the businesses. I certainly do. Our position has been, we can help deliver services there and help people self-organize. What we're offering is, if people do want to leave voluntarily, that's where we're providing some support and services. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. It's appreciate the collaboration, and as you know, it's been the city's goal as well up until a couple of weeks ago. Had hoped that a different outcome was possible, and certainly has been hoping that CBOEO could help with that gap. I know you've provided what you can, but I think you've acknowledged there's been some limitations on that.
Ryan, so thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So final statement I just want to make to sort of summarize all that and where we are. As you heard from the city attorney, the legal order to leave the encampment by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning remains in place. It is my intention to keep that order in place because Sears Lane is unsafe today. It is, even after the work that has happened and the progress that has been made there, and we can get into this in more detail later on tonight, but it is still an unsafe place for campers, it's an unsafe place for neighbors, and it is an unsafe place for the city's first responders. So anyone who is still on site following 9 a.m. tomorrow will be subject to sanctions for trespassing. That said, it remains the city's goal, and has always been the city's goal, to offer better housing options for everyone camping at Sears Lane who wants assistance. That's been our goal since making the decision to end, and it's been our attempt to offer better housing options goes back well before that. On a case-by-case basis, the city may grant additional flexibility to those Sears Lane campers who are working in good faith with CBOEO or the city in other ways, and who have a housing plan that requires some additional time, which, as we just heard from Paul, some people will require a short amount of additional time. And it is our intention to work with those folks on a case-by-case basis. If, again, they are working with the city in good faith and have a housing plan. So with that, I think there will be further discussion of this topic later on tonight. So if there's no objection, I'm going to close that item there at 6:51 and adjourn the Board of Finance and turn over the meeting to President Tracy.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So unfortunately, we do need to go upstairs. So we're going to go upstairs to make the motions on the agenda and come into executive session. If you'd like to leave things down here, are you able to stay, Catherine? Okay, so Catherine will stay if you'd like to leave your items here. We'll be coming back down. You can use the stairs right here. That's faster than the elevator. We'll just. Okay. Before we get into our agenda this evening, I just wanted to say a few words about a former city councilor who passed away. The counselor I'm speaking of is Richard Kemp. Many folks know Richard and have interacted with Richard over many years, as he had an incredible impact on our community, not only on the city council, but well beyond it, in areas of affordable housing and racial justice, and so many other areas. I know Richard was one of the folks that got
Recording in progress.
personally involved in Burlington politics, and I can say that I don't know that I would necessarily be here with it if it had not been for someone like Richard being so warm and welcoming when I met him. And so in honor of Richard, I'd just like for us to have a moment of silence honoring Richard. And also, if folks don't know, another piece is that Richard is really a groundbreaking city councilor. He was the first Black city councilor in Burlington. So I think it's really important that we honor Richard's passing this evening and just recognize his tremendous contribution to our community. Thank you very much. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the agenda?
Yes, I move to adopt the agenda as follows. Add to the consent agenda item 5.22, communication, Brian Pine, CEDO Director, Megan Tuttle, Principal Planner, Office of City Planning, regarding revised timeline for ad hoc redistricting committee with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.23, communication, Robert Bristow Johnson, regarding 2022 Vermont House redistricting within Burlington with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Remove from the consent agenda item 5.20, resolution December 7th, 2021, special city meeting and issuance of general obligation bonds for capital projects, revised Board of Finance, and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 6.10 per Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. We have a motion on the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting our agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us to item number 2, which is a communication regarding Attorney Richardson and an executive session regarding a historic water billing issue. City Attorney Richardson, are you able to share anything in an open session before we go to motions on the executive session?
Sure. This concerns a potential settlement agreement, the terms of which should be kept confidential because it's an attorney-client communication. And the terms of which, if not accepted or altered, could cause prejudice to either the city or one or more parties involved in this. So it's ongoing live litigation and it's settlement talks.
Okay, so your recommendation is that we go?
Yes, sorry. It is that we go into executive session to discuss this confidentially. Because it would cause prejudice to the city to discuss it openly, because it does talk about compromise.
Can you just talk right in your mic?
Oh, sorry, it does involve the talk of compromise, and I would recommend that the board go into executive session to discuss this as an attorney-client communication.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hanson, may I please have the first motion, which is a finding?
Yeah, I move that the council find that premature general public knowledge of information concerning the resolution of historic water billing and collection issues would clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Paul. Is there any discussion of the finding? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the finding itself. All those in favor of adopting that finding, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Now, based on that finding?
Based on that finding, I move that the council go into executive session to A, receive confidential attorney-client communications pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1F, and 2, to discuss a pending or probable civil litigation matter, 1 VSA 313A1E, and we would have the city attorney and council, and who else would?
I believe DPW staff and the mayor's staff.
Okay. So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Any discussion on the motion to go into executive session? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we will go into executive session only to discuss this historic billing issue. We'll come back for members of the public. We're gonna go to a conference room downstairs. We'll discuss, and then we'll come back and continue with our agenda and public forum. We'll try to get back with folks by 7:30. Or as close to there as possible. If folks are interested in signing up for public forum, you may do so in the corner over here by filling out that sheet, or if you're live, or if you're remotely watching, you may do so by going to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum. Thank you. We'll be right back with you.
I'm first to get back in my bag.
Concerned, given last week that she was she is. She said as much.
Okay.
I agree. And I said,
Yeah. I'm sure you.
like I said, at the end of the day, it's, I can't, you need to figure out. Right, that's right.
No, they're not. Receiving. I just know. Charger.
You need me to promote? Okay.
Did have that conversation.
I didn't either. They will forget.
25 on this, and then all these. 25 on there, and I didn't count these. No, I just sorted it out of Burlington and non-Burlington. I know.
Well, we could have fixed that.
I've got it laid out.
What?
I'll lay out expectations, and I've got people ready to make the order can be, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being patient. Appreciate it. I know we're starting after 7:30, so we're starting a couple minutes later, so I'll let the time go a little bit over for the public forum before then. We're going to be getting started with our public forum for folks who are interested in signing up and who are here in the room. You may do so by just signing one of the sheets in the corner here and handing it over to the city clerk. If you are participating remotely or watching at home, or elsewhere, just the way you can sign up for public forum is by going to burlingtonvt.gov/CityCouncil /public form that will take you to a fillable form that you'll then that you can then complete, and that will feed into a form that I have access to and will read from. The way that we'll do it is that I will be prioritizing Burlington folks who are in person, then non-Burlington folks, or then Burlington folks who are remote. Then we'll go into non-Burlington in person and then non-Burlington remote. So that's the order of operations in terms of signups themselves. As to the forum itself this evening, I would ask that people please maintain decorum in the chamber this evening. So please, that means a couple different things. So your folks are going to have 2 minutes. The clock is right here, so you can see your timing. You also have a light system that's right there in front of you that gives you a green light, means you have decent amount of time left. Yellow means your time is running out. Red means your time has run out. Please, when your time has run out, wrap up right at that time. I'll let you go a sentence or two over, but please don't go. I'll start to ask you to please wrap up. This is a consideration having to do with open meeting law and maintaining fairness for each of our different speakers this evening. So please stick to that time. I'll continue to ask you to wrap up until you do so. And the other pieces that I would ask of folks this evening are also to please stay quiet during the forum. So no cheer. Please don't cheer. It creates an environment where people don't feel as comfortable as possible there. So please keep that mellow so we can all hear and so that we can effectively move in between speakers. As folks are speaking, please do not interrupt speakers. It's really important that we're able to hear folks. Everybody has a chance to sign up and participate. So please, please respect our speakers this evening. The other pieces are please do not use personal attacks. I would really request that towards either counselors or the mayor. Please stick to the issues themselves. It's most helpful for the issues that you care about to speak to the issues themselves and stay focused on those issues. And then finally, please do not use profanity within your comments or thereafter. Really would appreciate if folks could really just stick to those things. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get our comments started for this evening. Our first speaker for this evening will be, actually that's a non-Burlington one. The first speaker for this evening will be Lee Morrigan, to be followed by Andrew Kronigfeld.
Hello, councilors, mayor, people who I don't know your titles. Hello, everyone. I stand in solidarity with the residents of Sears Lane. My main point I want to make is I want to just reiterate that a judge has enough doubt to the illegality of the eviction tomorrow that he has issued an emergency hearing on Thursday. 2 requests for an emergency injunction have been denied. That does not make the eviction any more legal. Again, a judge sees enough doubt in there that a judge has issued an emergency hearing for Thursday, and I am shocked and appalled that the city is going ahead with the eviction, even though a judge wants to hear evidence by both sides. And I also think, you can't wait 2 days and have enough courtesy. City's represented by an experienced high-power judge going against a civilian trying to put together a legal defense while he is being displaced. He has today and tomorrow, has to make the filing Wednesday. He is being displaced tomorrow. How can this man have the opportunity that a high-powered city attorney has to make a case to keep his home? I implore you, give the court the respect that you ask of civilians to give the city government. City government, please give the courts that respect. Do not evict these people before the hearing. Give the man who is filing the decent courtesy of being able to put a defense instead of being displaced and trying to cobble it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Andrew Kronigfeld, to be followed by John Kirby.
Hi, I'm Andrew Kronigfeld. I live in the New North End. I'm here to support Sears Lane encampment. I think one thing that really struck me was that the whole catalyst of this eviction, or whatever the term is, was that they found drugs in the encampment. First of all, who among us in this community doesn't have a colleague or a friend or a family member that doesn't suffer from drug addiction or alcoholism? It's almost everywhere. And I've heard from other community members that the Sears Lane encampment has been there for many, many years. So it just seems very unfair for that to be the reason to me. And then, what's the other thing I was gonna say? The other thing I was gonna say was just about the timing of everything. I mean, to find housing in Burlington in 5 days or 12 days or whatever the final amount of time they had is impossible. You need to have a background check, you need to do an application, you need to prove your funds. So, I mean, I just don't understand that. Why would you do that? Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Kirby, to be followed by Meg McGovern.
Hello, I'm a lifetime Burlington resident. Loud music, fireworks, revving motor vehicles, shining lights and looking into people's homes, drug deals, stolen property, and threats on lakeside residents' lives. These are a few of the issues we live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody in this city deals with this law-free zone as much as myself and my neighbor. The residents of this encampment are not all homeless. Some choose this lifestyle so they do not have to live within the laws and regulations of our society. This city is offering alternative housing as well as compensation to accommodate these people. The eviction should and must be allowed to continue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg McGovern, to be followed by Trey Cook.
I'm waiting for Meg. All right, I'm Trey Cook with the University of Vermont Young Democratic Socialists of America. I just want to say that I'm appalled that the city is following through on the removal of these residents. I'm new here, and from what I'm being told, the way this has been carried out, it's kind of breaking any precedent that's been set in any other part of the country. And when you do an eviction, I'm not seeing the people down there getting written approvals. I was there on Thursday night. People were not expecting for trash removal to come through. I saw the mayor's statement about their plans to do the trash removal online a little bit after, but the people there don't have computers. They weren't offered prior written notice about the way that the trash collection was going to get carried out. I'm told that there's going to be an emergency hearing from the courts, and I just feel like if you got that up in the air, you shouldn't follow through on this sort of forced removal. I think the city should be offering unconditional permanent housing to all of these folks, not just 28-day temporary housing that you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get to. Recognizing a lot of these people are struggling with addiction and mental health issues that restrict them from going to some of these other temporary housing places. We also need to be offering them better processes for drug rehabilitation and mental health services so that they can start living a more structured life. We shouldn't be at a point where we're telling people, oh, just live out in the street, eat from the trash, live in a tent, and then say, no, we're not even gonna let them do that. We're gonna displace and harass them to the point that they can't even live in tents and eat trash. We have to treat them worse. The fact that it's gotten to this point, I feel like, is a complete failure of the city's structures for housing and health and any other issue. And I think right now is a point where you can still fix that. And you should call off the eviction tomorrow, give people some time to get their stuff back together. And yeah.
Thank you. Meg McGovern, I see that you're online, so I will come to you when we get to Burlington online folks. Our next speaker is Patricia Hart, to be followed by Escher.
Hello, I'm the Reverend Tricia Hart. I serve the First Unitarian Universalist Society of Burlington, the congregation that Richard Kemp was a member of, beloved member. I'm here to read to you a letter from the Board of Trustees of the UU Society. As Unitarian Universalists, our 7 principles call on us to honor the inherent worth and dignity of every person, and to act with justice, equity, and compassion in human relations, and to support the right of conscience and the use of the democratic process. It is in this spirit that we feel compelled to write to you to address the city's proposed eviction of unhoused Burlingtonians from the encampment on Sears Lane tomorrow. Leaders in our faith community have been in conversation with members of our community experiencing homelessness, some of whom have resided at Sears Lane, and advocates working toward a solution. With the knowledge that we've gleaned from these conversations and the principles that ground our faith, we wish to say the following. All Burlingtonians deserve safe and affordable housing. We strongly support the policies of the city that acknowledge housing as a fundamental right. We call upon you now to take bold action to remedy the immediate crisis faced by our fellow Burlingtonians who are unhoused, and to find long-term realistic housing solutions. We also wish to address our fellow Burlingtonians who are unhoused. We see you, we care, and we are very concerned. We bear witness to your struggles as winter approaches, and we hold you in our hearts. Thank you for engaging the Burlington community in important conversations about safe housing. We ask you, Council and Mayor, to continue to provide regular updates to the community and address the causes of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Escher, to be followed by Serino. Oh wait, Serino said does not want to speak. No? Okay, I'm seeing no. Okay. So our next speaker after Escher will be Michelle Morin. Go ahead.
I come to you again as a lifelong resident of Burlington, unfortunately, disgusted by the actions of the mayor and the city council deciding to move forward with the destruction of the neighborhood at Sears Lane. You have spread lies about the supposed danger of this place, and those lies are based in your inherent class.
Please direct your comments to the chair.
I am. Max, can I get my 5 seconds back? Or will you stop interrupting me? All right, thank you. Where was I? Your classist and racist comments about the supposed danger at the camp are disgusting to a lifelong resident of Burlington, and supposedly you are all my representatives, and you have failed me, and you have failed so many people in this city. Poor people are not able to afford to live in this hellhole that you have all created for us, and the systems that you keep reassuring people are there to help do not work. And Sears Lane existing is evidence of that. And the fact that you want to double down on your broken policies is just fucking breaks my brain.
Please don't use profanity.
I'm sorry, Max. It's disgusting. And the destruction of this camp is not going to remove these people from this city. I hope you understand that. They're going to move somewhere else because
the system that you have built is failing constantly every day. I have been through it my entire life, and it's broken. And you're all just so far up your own behinds that you can't see that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Morin, to be followed by Adam Franz.
Hello, I'm Michelle Morin from the south end of Burlington, and I'm speaking in opposition to the action taken at your last meeting.
If you could just speak into the mic and folks just get close to the mic.
I'm here to speak against the action taken by the City Council last week regarding prostitution, specifically to decriminalize and take it out of our city charter. I want to read excerpts from people who were interviewed for a film called The Oldest Oppression. First, from a sex trafficking survivor. When I was being trafficked in Vermont, I was a minor. I was 15 years old. And every time when I was in my home in Maine and I knew we were going to be brought to Vermont, I became frightened because it was the one place where I knew I would be brought, and I never knew if I was going to end up coming home or not. The people who purchased me, none of them cared about me. None of them cared about who I was or how old I was or if I wanted to be there. They had an agenda which sometimes can be brutally violent. I know that other survivors that I have mentored and worked with have been brought to Vermont in many areas: homes, motels, hotels, massage parlors, strip clubs, bachelor parties. I can honestly say that 100% of the women that I've worked with, and I've worked with close to 1,000 people, and I have not personally met even one person who has said that they wanted to be there and that this isn't empowering for them or exciting or something they love doing. Not one. Another person, executive director of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Vermont, said, "When you are talking about prostitution, you are talking about a system of brutal exploitation." Another prostitution and trafficking survivor, "The vast majority have been abused, manipulated, forced into it, or they're trapped by circumstance." The national director of World Without Exploitation said,
If you could please wrap up.
well, this has been submitted to you. I hope you will actually read it and take it to heart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Franz, to be followed by Miguel Figueroa.
Hello. I have been very pleased to call myself a resident of Burlington. Burlington, I believe, is a community filled with good people, and we share a common set of principles. Among these principles lay the valuation of the dignity of all persons. In principle, we all hold that every person is entitled to a place to live. I think that the eviction of the residents of Sears Lane demonstrates that the government of the city of Burlington is not upholding the principles that we hold dear. When I cast my vote in March and every March thereafter, I will be remembering how the City Council and the mayor did or did not uphold the values of this community. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miguel Figueroa, to be followed by Dan Beto.
I want to start by bringing up a point somebody made earlier. You can't displace houselessness. It will continue to be a problem until our politicians decide that everyone has a right to permanent housing. And when the discussion is about how we can help people to leave a place they found to lay their heads, when the discussion is about how to prevent people from taking advantage of the crumbs you've swept off the table to them, it's clear to me that my politicians are not ready to have a humane discussion about housing. You can couch your unempathetic behavior in legalese and euphemisms, but I see your shame, and you will continue to face it until you make the right decision. Giving the residents more time before you evict them is the absolute bare minimum. I'm sure you've heard there are more houses in this country than there are houseless people. This room is the place where we fix that. Our expenditures reflect our priorities. Spend in support of universal housing. Prove me wrong. And on top of all of that, I'd like to say something about the mayor for his statements about the safety of Sears Lane.
Please direct your comments to the chair.
About the mayor. The ACLU of Vermont has already called him out for spreading misinformation about the crime rates in the city, and the ACLU directed their comments to the mayor, so I'm going to be quoting them. It is so damaging for public officials in Burlington to peddle false narratives about public safety when they know that crime is down and that the reforms already underway are working. BPD leadership in particular has fanned fears of a non-existent crime wave with a record number of press releases, misleading and inflammatory rhetoric, and questionable staffing decisions. Not me, this is the ACLU. Meanwhile, the city faces a mental health crisis and a drastic rise in overdoses, as well as increased racial disparities in police use of force incidents. This is unacceptable, end quote. I see through it, the ACLU sees through it, we all see through it. You will continue to feel that shame until you do the right thing. Cancel the eviction, grant universal housing and social programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Beto, to be followed by Barbie Alsop.
Don't worry, I'm going to be nice this time. Max, I'm sorry about what I said last time about you and your chair. That was very rude. I just want to emphasize Councillor Freeman's remarks from last week's meeting that I felt were underemphasized. Demolishing Sears Lane is a discriminatory act of collective punishment. If drug use or criminal activity were taking place in an apartment building, imagine that, the offenders might be punished, but the building would never be torn down. It would be illegal. It would be unthinkable to do so. We're meant to believe that these situations are different. So what's the difference? Well, the apartment building is someone's property, and those at Sears Lane are camping on public property. So who has the rights in Burlington? People or property? The people of Burlington or its property owners? How are city resources to be used? How do we imagine our future? In one future, the city continues to protect the sanctity of property above all else. The law is a tool to shield the violence we intend against one another, and people are turned out of their homes tomorrow on whatever pretext is the most convenient. People flee the area or die in the cold. Maybe the problems that homelessness poses for tourism and commerce stop, but it's more likely that they won't, and that the same people demanding eviction today will call for crueler and more severe measures to protect their interests. In the other future, the first principle is human dignity, and money and property are mobilized as means to ensure that it's fulfilled. Burlington becomes not just a city of laws, but of equality under the law. We mobilize the city's money and resources towards an unprecedented, unconditional housing-first approach to solving homelessness. We invest not in pacifying or managing the homeless, but in the homeless themselves. I know which future I want to live in.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbie Alsop, to be followed by Bruce Alice.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you. The eviction of a resident for committing a crime is available everywhere in this state, I believe. But you only evict the individual who committed the crime. You don't evict everybody who lives in the building. That is the serious safety issue at Sears Lane, or the threatening of a first responder. I live in an apartment house. We had a resident who threatened to kill every woman in the building. The remedy was eviction for that one person. Using an analogy, should my whole building be evicted if there's a drug dealer? Should my whole building be evicted because one person threatens? And the answer is no. We are treating these human beings differently. And we are treating them differently even though we have tacitly allowed them to live at Sears Lane for years. For years, this problem has been before the city government, and it just hasn't had any priority. There has been nothing seriously done to address the houselessness problem in the city. So-called affordable housing is not accessible to people who are considered low income. This is not going to work. Whatever you do evicting them, they'll turn up elsewhere, and then somebody else will complain.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Alice, to be followed by Todd LaCroix.
Yeah, hi. I'm a lifetime resident of Lakeside, and it's just too bad that this thing had to come to such a head before anything was done. The good part is some of these people that live there are going to have a decent home now, hotel or wherever. But that still leads us into, it's turned into a very, very dangerous area with the guns and the drugs. We don't know who lives there. Are there sexual predators there? And our kids are going through around it to go to the schools. The pollution thing, they got a 275-gallon fuel tank there. There's oil, there's stuff all over the place. Yeah, they're not all homeless, they're not all bad people, but there is quite a few in there. There's propane tanks everywhere. Are they paying to get them filled? No, they're going up and take them off some of the local stores. They're all brand new propane tanks, there's tons of them. Bicycles, 30, 40 frames of bicycles in big piles. Every tent needs 6 bicycles? Come on. You know, all the bicycles missing around the city, that's where they're coming from. Permitting. I just did an addition. I had to go through, you know, huge thing for permitting. Up there, they can do anything. Nobody needs a permit. The city makes these laws and passes these things. You know, let's say just a leaf blower. You can't have leaf blower in the summer because of the pollution, but they can run a generator over there in my neighbor's backyard all summer, round the clock. Is that right? No, I don't feel it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd LaCroix, to be followed by Stephen Margolin.
I thought all day what Richard Kemp might say today if he were here. I imagined it would go something like this. American democracy existed before we all showed up. It was a union of tribes up here in the north, and they found that it was better to work together to survive the winters. If one tribe was doing bad, all the other tribes would pitch in to help that tribe survive the winter. And they found that in the spring they had more friends. And they found that that helped them keep them safe from the more violent tribes to the south, the more Aztec-like, bloodthirsty tribes. And they found that their union made them strong against this mighty empire. And that came out of the need to survive hard winters. They realized the value in that democracy, in that union. And Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin met with these tribes and learned these ways. And that was one of the forgotten moments of history. We romanticize history. We forget all these things, and we romanticize all these others. Greek democracy was not the only influence. And democracy did exist here before us, and we forgot its influence. But again, its necessity came out of the idea that in the spring you had new friends from helping them instead of enemies trying to kill you. How many enemies do you want to make? How many enemies amongst our people do we make?
I'll listen to you one second.
Can you address the intimidation that's going on here?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. What is happening?
This guy's running around intimidating all of us.
Okay. If folks could please keep to themselves and then allow speakers to finish. Can you please
I lost a few seconds there, I believe.
Sorry that that's happening.
May I?
Please don't do that. Todd, please finish up. I apologize for interrupting you.
How many enemies do you want to make? At some point, they will outnumber you. How many friends do you really want to make is really what you need to consider tonight, because you have the chance to do that. Make more friends than enemies by doing the right decision-making. And remember that America is one big union of a whole different types of tribes still. And it's up to all of us to remember that we are all a part of that union and that we have a responsibility to the other tribes as well.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Stephen Margolin, to be followed by Jada Bearden.
Hi. Don't worry, Max. I'm not going to insult anyone today. My name is Stephen Margolin. I've lived in Burlington for 7 going on 8 years now. I was a student at the college, and now I'm an adjunct professor. And previously, I have experienced houselessness. I haven't talked about this before because I feel a great shame around it. The culture we live in incentivizes owning property as a measure of value, or at least having a consistent place to stay, because most of us rent our property. And it was hard. I went to my semester abroad, and then I came back, and I didn't have anywhere to go. And it gets brutally cold. Some nights I slept out behind Echo because the heating pumps give off enough warm steam to help you through the winter. And it's absolutely unbearable to go through that. And I lost my job at the start of October. Yes, I'm adjuncting for the college, but we all know they don't make any money. This very nice outfit I'm wearing is my teaching clothes. This shirt came from the Possibility Shop. They were having a bag day. I got a whole bag of clothing for $4. This jacket came from the free bin at Battery Street Jeans. My shoes came from Food Not Bombs because they were having a free element. There's so many parts of this city that work to support our houseless community, but this city council isn't one of them. It's certainly not the mayor's office. By evicting the people of Sears Lane, you are expressing them to greater violence than has already happened in their lives, and you are only perpetuating these cycles. I'm staring down the barrel of re-entering this cycle because I can't afford my apartment anymore. And I'm absolutely terrified how you are going to treat me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jada Bearden, to be followed by Chris Gish.
Yes, hi. I just want to address like some of the things that was said earlier. Like imagine like spending your time and breath coming up with reasons why people should be houseless. Like the sociopathy in this room tonight is strong. Anyway, I just want to talk about Sears Lane. I've been down there almost every day for the past like 2 weeks, and I've only seen about 3 representatives. It's Councilman Joe McGee and President Max Tracy and Representative Chena and a couple of state senators. Like, I'm sorry, but like Joan Shannon lives 2 minutes away.
Please direct your comment.
I apologize. One of the counselors live 2 minutes away, and they should be there. And like, where y'all at? I'm sorry. Like, I'm cold. Like, I'm freezing. The People's Kitchen caters. Like, it's a lovely space, and I think y'all should come through and, you know, participate in community. That's not too much to ask. I mean, y'all are public officials, I guess. And lastly, I would like to say, I've been in community with these folks, and they are incredible. And I wish y'all got a chance to meet them and have conversations with them and know just who you're evicting. You have to put a face behind exactly who's there. And I bet it wouldn't be that easy to come through with bulldozers at 9 a.m. in the fucking morning. So I just want to say lastly, in conclusion,
Don't use profanity.
this, I apologize, but this is some classes BS, because everyone deserves a house. And just because they don't have enough money in the bank account doesn't mean that they should be houseless. Thank you, and you know what? That's some bullshit.
Please don't use profanity. Next speaker is Chris Gish, to be followed by Rachel Foster. I believe I'm reading that correctly.
Hi, I'm Chris Gish, currently Ward 5 resident. I've lived in Burlington for 5 years and grew up in Vermont. I'm just here to add another voice to speak out against the proposed destruction and eviction at Sears Lane, scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow. I urge the council to support Councilor McGee's resolution to halt this eviction and work towards real long-term solutions to lift up our unhoused community. The most vulnerable people in our town deserve our most dedicated support, not to be put out on the street suddenly when winter's coming, just as they may have found somewhere stable to start a life. It's doing so only 2 days before there's a court date over the eviction is even more unnecessary and destructive. Equally frustrating is thinking about the pretext of the alleged criminal activity happening at the camp. People have been living there for at least 6 years, and the destruction now is justified around these ideas of alleged criminal acts. There are plenty of other places in Burlington where someone threatens violence or deals drugs, but the entire establishment doesn't get shut down and all the people evicted. I urge the councilors to reject this ridiculous double standard being applied to our unhoused population and instead start to work towards supporting them in the long term with permanent housing and mental health and other supports rather than trying to erase them from our city. You can't displace or erase houselessness. You have to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Foster, to be followed by Kit Andrews.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Foster, and I'm a founder of World Without Exploitation, which is a national anti-trafficking coalition.
You could pull the mic in.
Which is a national anti-trafficking coalition comprised of almost 250 member organizations, including organizations in Vermont. I'm here to speak about the fears and deep concerns we have about decriminalizing the sex trade in its entirety, meaning repealing the charter and ordinance provisions dealing with prostitution. I want to say that we fully support decriminalizing those bought and sold in the sex trade and not criminally holding any kind of arrest or penalties over people who have been exploited. What we are really alarmed by is decriminalizing sex buyers and brothel keepers. I have spent almost a decade speaking with hundreds of women and men who have been in the sex trade and really traveling around the country and working alongside them. I have heard thousands of hours of stories of the inherent brutality at the hands of sex buyers. It is not two consenting adults in a room. It is one person who is deeply traumatized, often by a history of sexual abuse, neglect, poverty, marginalization in many, many different ways, and somebody else who's in a position of power. So it's somebody who has no choices over somebody who has many choices. And the dangers of brothels, I have one in my own neighborhood where men line up to go into the brothel where a woman is working 15 hours. What happens in the room, whether it's a brothel, a hotel room, a car, is not a consensual act. It's an act of predatory exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kit Andrews, to be followed by Mike Chiavelli.
Hello, I'm Kit Andrews. I live in Ward 3. I oppose the eviction, and I support Councilor McGee's resolution. Yesterday, I attended the weekly Unitarian Universalist service, pastored by Tricia Hart, who spoke earlier. In her comments about people-to-people kindnesses and the sustaining connections we make with others, Reverend Tricia drew a direct line between the residents of Sears Lane and us in the UU community and in the entire Burlington community. Afterwards, I learned about a friend of a friend who lives outside Burlington, who worked with houseless people in Burlington 30 years ago and who is extremely upset over the idea that the city will evict those residents 30 years ago. A geographic outsider looking in, yet she is extremely upset. Landlords have a lease-based relationship with their rent-paying tenants. Landlords sometimes seek to evict a tenant, sometimes succeed. While the landlord must legally provide sufficient notice, they have no interest in where the tenant moves. The city of Burlington is not the landlord of the residents at Sears Lane. Therefore, firstly, eviction is the wrong term in my opinion. Secondly, the city, my city, has no business forcing the residents of Sears Lane out of their dwellings, especially knowing that their alternatives are worse than their current situation. The business of the city is to serve and support its residents and others, such as commuters and business owners, in all appropriate ways, and certainly to never allow wealth and power differentials among residents and others to influence the delivery of those services and supports. I want to thank the Progressive Caucus and specifically Councilor McGee for introducing the resolution to halt the eviction and find actual policy solutions rooted in data, compassion, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if councilors could please silence your phones. Our next speaker is Mike Chiavelli, to be followed by Sue Ugedi.
Hello, I'm here from the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, and for the past 20 years, I've had a series of federally funded studies on all aspects of the sex trade, sex trafficking, commercial sex. And in the justification for the abolition of the prohibitions against prostitution in the city, either through the charter or municipal ordinance violations, there are justifications that it will make people safer, that it will somehow improve the situation for those that are exploited in commercial sex. And there are well over 100,000 studies on prostitution, and I can go in there and pull out any finding you want. When you look at the weight of the evidence, it's extremely clear that the promises made by the advocates for decriminalizing prostitution never, ever, ever happen. It never works out that things are suddenly better, stigma disappears, they're treated better, and it's also not true that law enforcement turns its attention away from the petty crime of prostitution and diverts all those resources to stamping out sex trafficking. There are a lot of misstatements in the justifications that I've seen along the way, and what looks like a very narrow little ordinance cleanup, modernization, is just a step in a much bigger plan. And there's a national plan, and there's a Vermont plan, and part of it's at the state legislature. There's a similar thing to the ordinance effort in Montpelier going on. And what you did last week and what is embedded in some of the things for this week and the future path on this is all pointing in one direction. You can look at New Zealand, decriminalized prostitution. They make no sex trafficking cases anymore because sex trafficking investigations start as prostitution investigations. You're going to eliminate the ability to
Please wrap up. Our next speaker is Sue Getty, to be followed by Robert Bristow Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening. I am here to advocate for the residents of Sears Lane. It seems to me that a notice, 5-day notice, 6-day notice of eviction for people who are houseless when the winter is beginning, not only is it immoral and unethical, it shows the white supremacist culture that lives in this room, where people are not seen as people and respected. I don't know how many of you have actually taken the time to go down there and meet the people who live there, the residents who have the least of all of us, and ask them, what do you need? How can I actually make your life better so that you are not in this situation anymore? So that we don't have all of these people living here in such conditions. No one deserves to live like that. And it really, really shows what the priorities are in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Bristow Johnson, to be followed by Sarah Ciortino.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk to you about what you're going to be deciding in 2 weeks, not what you're deciding now. But today you're getting information from the Legislative Apportionment Board about House redistricting, and this is really important. Your decision in 2 weeks is really important because we're going to live with it for 10 years. So imagine a target, and you're throwing darts at it at random. You have a 50-50 chance, and you divide it in half. You have a 50-50 chance that the two darts hit the two halves separately. You also have a 50-50 chance that the two darts hit the same half. We have 45 legislative districts that are 2-member districts in the state of Vermont. They're all, the new map is going to propose 150 single-member districts. All of these two-member districts are going to be split into two, and there's a 50-50 chance that any of the incumbents in that will find themselves in both incumbents in a single-member district. Now, we have 4 two-member districts in Burlington, and we'd expect that 2 of them would be hit this way, but we're even unluckier than that. We have, out of 10 of our state representatives, we will lose 3 of them, and our Madam Speaker could be one of them. It's either her or Kurt McCormick. They're out. Gabrielle Stebbins or Tiff Bloomley, I don't know how to say her name. One of them is out. Bob Hooper, Carol Odie, one of them is out. You guys have 2 weeks to think about this and to give your feedback to those folks on the Legislative Apportionment Board. There's lots of other really bad reasons to have this single-member district map for Burlington. It's going to be unmanageable for the city infrastructure. You don't want it. And so please send them an unmistakable message next week.
Please wrap up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Ciartino, to be followed by Annie Sell.
Hey, I'm Sarah. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm against the evictions at Sears Lane and in support of Councillor McGee's resolution to halt the evictions there. There's definitely no way that I can understand the urgency and fear that people must be feeling as winter approaches and they likely won't have a place to live. And being forced out of their homes without safe and supportive housing options in a city with abundant resources and the ability to make it happen is very unjust. A lot of us here can come here and go to Sears Lane and speak at public comment and put forward resolutions. We can claim that housing is our thing and something that we're passionate about, but at the end of the day, I and a lot of people here can go home and go to bed at night and we can leave, but so many people cannot. So the solution to one-off incidences of violence is not eviction, it's not tearing down a community and upending something where so much has been built, especially when a court date is about to happen. So practicing humanity and compassion is so needed right now, and it's lacking, and I really hope that whatever needs to happen, whatever it is, like, there's so much on the line right now, and yeah, I just really hope that, like, I don't know, people are not evicted tomorrow. It's really sad to see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annie Sell, to be followed by William Dunkley.
Hi, I'm Annie. I am here also in solidarity with the residents of Sears Lane. I think I agree with a lot of the comments that people have been making about it's just seems really cruel, especially right now when it's going to get so cold. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Dunkley, to be followed by Christopher Aaron Felker.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I'm just here to speak on Sears Lane. I've got a lot of friends who have experienced houselessness in Burlington recently. A close friend who just got out of living in the hotels for several months. I've tried to hire people to work for me who have no housing, and they have to go back to wherever they came from in order to find housing, and then I don't have any employees. That's fine that I don't have employees. It's not fine that people don't have housing. Evidently, whatever our political systems are trying to do to address housing is not working right now. There's a lot that's probably beyond the control of the city council and the mayor. It seems that this planned eviction is an act of violence, which could just be undone. Why not just leave the encampment be for now if there are no alternative solutions. It seems quite wrong to me that a political entity create an act of violence if the alternative is one that allows things to continue as they have been continuing, albeit imperfectly. Yeah, I think sometimes just leaving an issue alone is better than carrying out an action that will create a lot of harm and not contribute to any meaningful solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Aaron Felker, to be followed by Emma Schoenberg.
Good evening, councilors. Council President Tracy. I'm here tonight to speak on violent recidivists in Burlington. This past year, we've had a couple of incidences with people who are repeatedly violent in our downtown core. It's true there may be a mental health component to the reasons why this began, but nonetheless, we have people repeatedly being violent in our city. Dewan Williams, right out here, initiated an attack at Reuben James, was issued a citation. Later that evening, he engaged in an attack on a Church Street employee with a hammer and a bystander who tried to intervene. Recently, Patrick Cristaldi was engaged in what I would call violent vandalism here at City Hall. He has further attacked Chittenden Valley Office of Economic Opportunity and COTS, the Committee on Temporary Shelter, including injuring a person there. He stated to police officers that he wants to harm people to teach society a lesson. The lesson is that violent repeat offenders are a threat to the safety of Burlingtonians, and we must do more. What we're doing now is inhumane. It's inhumane to the person who's having a mental health crisis. It's inhumane and erases the lived experiences of the victims of these attacks. And it's inhumane to force this violence repeatedly upon Burlingtonians. Just this past weekend, yesterday, there was a violent stabbing right outside.
Please wrap up.
Reach out. Yes, sir.
Please wrap up. You're done.
I just implore this council to please reach out and do more to try and keep Burlingtonians safe. Thank you, Max.
Next speaker is Emma Schoenberg, to be followed by Julie Masuga.
Sorry, that last one kind of took it out of me. That was disgusting. I don't want to be here right now. Like, I want to go home and cuddle my cat. I've been part of Food Not Bombs for a long time. I've given up a lot of my life and a lot of my sanity to be a part of it. And when people call me saying I have no access to these services that are being provided, I say go to Sears Lane. There's a community there. I know you can access food there. It's a last frickin' ditch effort. It's the barest minimum I can offer people because every service has turned them down. I want to be you right now. I want to be you so badly because I feel so powerless to stop what's happening. I would do anything to change the situation that people are in down there. These are my friends and my neighbors, and it is also just freaking human compassion. You have a lot of power, and you have a lot of ability, and you can just leave them alone. Literally doing nothing is better than what you are doing now. She's some crow. Leave them alone. Give them time. I held a woman in my arms while she sobbed this week. Sobbed about not knowing where to go. This is not about politics. This is not even about safety.
Can you please wrap up?
Yeah, I will.
Please wrap up.
This is literally about the barest minimum that you have the power to do.
Please wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Masuga, to be followed by Lee Jimenez.
Similar to Emma, for once in my life, I don't want to be here. The situation in Sears Lane is incredibly heartbreaking, and I want to start this speech with something my friend Serino, who is here, who is a resident of Sears Lane, wanted me to say on his behalf. He said, "Humanity and compassion. You arrested one person, and now everyone is paying the price. There are honest people living down there. Respect human rights." I'm a little out of sorts, which usually doesn't happen to me at these city council meetings. I'm usually, I like to think of myself as well-spoken and put together, but I've been shaken to my core by what's happening in Sears Lane after going there and meeting the people and realizing what the dire straits that they were in. Last week at City Council, I was in the middle of trying to help a young trans woman who was homeless find some resources, and she qualified for emergency housing and went to every single shelter in the city, and for the past week has gotten absolutely nothing. And now she's in the hospital because she had nowhere else to go. Sears Lane is closing, and that was the one other place I could think to send her. The city put out a request for proposals for a contractor or a nonprofit or somebody to step in and co-manage the site with the people. And maybe that wasn't the perfect plan, but it was certainly better than evicting them. And then 2 weeks later, the request for proposals was closed. When has the city council ever done anything in 2 weeks' time? I don't know what else to say other than I'm sorry that this is happening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Jimenez, to be followed by Ali Jafari. And I'm still hearing a dinging from council. I think what I'm hearing, a councilor or a staff phone over here. So if folks can just please make sure their phones are silenced. Lee Jimenez, okay, thank you. And Ali Jafari will be next. Go ahead, thanks.
We live in a world where there are people who lack the community and resources to live a well and prosperous life like they deserve. I see it as the basic purpose and function of government to take care of these people who live on the margins by providing social systems that can take care of them. By that definition, all of you are failing the basic functions of government that justify the pseudo-power I pretend to give you. I am so furious. I know you are failing because you do all of these things to self-soothe and to comfort the public over your failures. What use is there in sending people to shelters that are full, to a motel voucher program that is full and is ending? What good is it to give people temporary storage when at the end of your temporary assistance, they will not have the funds or transportation to access their belongings, to continue storing them safely, when they will still not have housing? Please do not police my tone. I know you feel bad, and I think you would feel less bad if you made the situation better. But you are actively making it worse, and by definition, making yourselves worse people. I know you all get to live in a world where if you throw enough money and police and private security guards at a problem, that you don't have to live it in anymore. But I live in a different world. In the nonprofit work and volunteer work I do with people facing homelessness, to tell you that these solutions are only to make yourself feel comfortable when you go to sleep at night. And I'm here to shame you to know that that does not make you a good person. And I pray that you are in a space to receive my shame, to actually fix the problem. Because I've seen you mobilize to make things happen for the constituents you care about. The business and land-owning class of Burlington, the gentrifying college students, and the rich tourists that come to frequent their businesses. These are the people you care about, and I've seen you do things for them.
Could you please wrap up?
So be accountable for being a better person.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ali Jafari, to be followed by Brian Chena.
Well, I like to start by saying that for the last 2 weeks, we worked very, very hard trying to clean up the camp, trying to do advocacy for the folks, their case management, and this is just such a brief time. I have experienced homelessness here in Burlington myself many times, and I know it's a difficult experience. I'm not going to make very emotional statements today. I'm going to be factual. I'm going to be logistical. Last year, North Beach Campground was a good site. It worked. It was supervised. There were people there, but they closed it after a couple of months. That campsite was a good site. When I got displaced, I ended up in an emergency room. The problem is that we did not have any oversight in this campground. And we're coming in here with structures that have been sitting there for 14 months. We're evicting people from structures that are homes. These homes are being demolished in a matter of a week. We should follow eviction policy of the city. These are not just campground people living there. These are homes and structures that have been created. If they're not up to code, let's talk about it. If we need to do cleanup, let's talk about it. Let's give these people another chance. I know there is a chance. I know we have this in our heart. We have the potential to do this. I'm asking the people here, please give us one more chance. Give us another opportunity to do the cleanup, to keep these people housed, because once they are on the street, there is no place in the shelters, there's no place in emergency housing currently, and they're going to be on the street. Let's not displace these people today. Tomorrow morning, I beg the mayor to allow these folks to stay. I hope that we sleep on it and tomorrow we change our minds.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Brian Chena, to be followed by Fareed M.
I'm scared to do that these days. Over the past few days, I spent time building relationships with some of the people of Sears Lane, listening to their stories, bearing witness to their suffering, sharing mutual aid with each other, and joining some of the people and dreaming together about a better world. I want to thank the people who opened up to me and who had the courage to speak up in a world that has turned their back on you too many times, and I want you to know that I believe in you. I heard from you how the COVID-19 pandemic amplified pre-existing mental health challenges and substance abuse caused by a society that causes poverty and creates trauma through use of force by our city and state, and any forced removal of people from that land will only further contribute to the cumulative trauma of people. Punishment, judgment, and stigma make things worse. People face cycles of loss in every part of their life. They feel rejected, abandoned, and this recent threat of eviction fueled negative beliefs about not being good enough and not having value. Despite being stigmatized by our society, the people that I spoke with are so resilient and generally want to work towards recovery, and through so many tears, I saw glimmers of hope in people's eyes. Despite the never-ending harm directed towards them, many people at Sears Lane dream of a better world, but not everyone has the same path. Some people are travelers, others want permanent housing. People need a wide range of options. And people talked about wanting a peer-led encampment-style supportive housing option where they could work in partnership with the rest of the community to make decisions about their neighborhood. Instead of forcing people to leave, we need to catch people when they fall through the holes of the social safety net. Now is the time for our community to come together and to surround the people of Sears Lane with a circle of love. In the book Lakota Woman by Mary Crow-Dog, a Sikangu Lakota writer and activist with the American Indian movement, she tells a story about how generational trauma caused by society led to depression, which was treated by her community with a circle of love as people visited her for weeks until she was better. We need to bring our community together and surround the people of Sears Lane with a circle of love. And this circle of love needs to grow until it surrounds all unhoused people in our community. And we can build a universal housing system together where the basic need of housing is guaranteed to all as a human right.
You could please wrap up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Fareed M., to be followed by Leif Taranta.
I started making friends with residents of Sears Lane last year, July of last year, when I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll let you go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. When there was a community picnic to call attention to a neighborhood meeting that was being set up to determine what's going to happen to Sears Lane, but it did not include any of the residents of Lakeview who are renters, nor did it include anybody from Sears Lane. 200 people showed up. We listened to the mayor, and he presented a plan about building, getting shipping containers as like a possible solution to make sure like people have safe housing there. And then I started delivering food there every other week, and I saw like what the city's been doing, and I was very encouraged by it. There was a dumpster there, there's a porta potty, and the city was going to run an electrical line for the residents there. But 2 weeks ago, when we learned about this eviction notice, I was surprised, and so since then I have been serving daily meals there, and getting really to speak to everybody there and getting to know them. And one thing that struck me 3 days ago was when there was the track jam at Hula, like the new like innovation center. Which is a marvel of technology. It's amazing that it's there. Like I understand, like the BED partnered with Hula to ensure that it meets its net zero emission, and it just goes to show like how if the city puts its mind to it, wonderful things can happen. And so
please wrap up.
It's very disappointing to me that across the street, like there is nothing innovative being offered. There's nothing imaginative. So please, we can do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker in completing the Burlington in person is Leif Taranta. Is Leif here? Okay. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. We're going to now transition to Burlington folks who are remote. So I'm gonna go to, bear with me as I switch over. We'll have the timer up on the screen again, continuing with 2 minutes for folks. The first speaker is Katarina Campbell, to be followed by Cheney Noyes. Katarina, I believe I've located you and have enabled your mic.
Thank you. I speak to affirm our collective right to loving, safe, and sustainable homes. I'm here to relay information for my friends currently surviving homelessness and in housing advocacy. Burlington does not currently meet fair market standards for housing. I have a master's degree, work at UVM full-time, and can barely afford my studio apartment in Ward 8, for example. Our housing vouchers are currently referred to as, quote, useless vouchers, because landlords will not accept them and do not understand the voucher system. Generating more, quote, useless vouchers and forcing people to continuously reapply is not helping. Options include educating and incentivizing landlords to accept vouchers, or allowing our people to move into more expensive apartments and navigating the difference, and expanding student housing at their respective campuses. Without homes, our people are forced to camp. We give options and take them away. No longer able to camp at the campgrounds or on Sears Lane, with shelters and hotels full. Where are our people supposed to go? This is not a rhetorical question. Families at Days Inn are being kicked out without notice or option to renew their stays, even though this is being done to create fair trade housing when we are violating people in the process. Some families have until December 31st, which strips our people of shelter in the dead of winter. As a resettlement city, we are literally resettling Black and Brown people into homelessness. Right now, city leadership is creating a public campaign to criminalize our houseless community, which allows them to heighten police presence and resourcing. If we do not collectively act in a spirit of vigilance and care, our people will disappear into the prison system. Make no mistake, this is strategic oppression in real time, intentional or not, whether it is being done consciously or not. I believe in us to find a loving solution. Those who are listening, the community, good night and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheney Noyes, to be followed by Selena Colburn. Cheney, I've enabled your microphone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
My name is Cheney Noyes. I'm the owner of Noyes Automotive and Tire. My family's been operating the same business on the corner of Pine Street and Sears Lane since 1960. Myself and my technicians drive by the encampment 30 to 50 times a day on our vehicle test drives, and we see the goings on at the encampment more than everybody in this room combined, save the businesses and residents that border the property. At last week's meeting, I sat in the balcony and listened closely to all the speakers and gathered factual and counterfeit information. Houselessness is a disappointing reality in our society. It exposes the worst parts of what the masses will accept, how we can step over a person sleeping on the street, and the thought exits our mind as if it never entered. However, the crimes in the South End are illegal regardless of one's opportunity to obtain and hold shelter. Grand theft auto, cooking and dealing illegal drugs, pointing weapons at first responders, dumping garbage on the street, building unsafe, non-permitted structures on public property within 500 yards of a school are crimes. For those who said crimes have not risen, I've submitted 10 police reports in the last 6 months, which is triple the number in the last 9.5 years combined. These crimes are not alleged. They are supported by video evidence, and it is not one individual who brought this eviction to head. It is a result of many crimes to the businesses and residents in the South End. Most recently, a woman had her camper van, her primary resident, broken into, and her life stolen last Friday. It's much smaller and less accommodating than most of the structures on Sears Lane. The individual in the security camera came from the Sears Lane encampment. 2 months ago, another individual who lives at the encampment showed up and tried to steal my vehicle. I stopped him because I got there earlier. He lives there and drives a gray Ram truck. These are direct threats to my business, family, employees, and customers. All these criminal actions beat down any opportunity to secure full support for continuing this encampment. I want to make it perfectly clear. Not all the individuals at Sears Lane are criminals, but there is a distinct and real sect of criminals operating there. Please ignore the rhetoric of a political party or social movement to resolution. Thank you.
Next speaker is Selena Colburn, to be followed by Willow Starkey-Cruder. Selena, I've enabled your mic.
Thanks, Max. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Selena Colburn, a state representative for Burlington's Chittenden 6-4 district and a former city councilor. As always, I want to start by thanking you all for your work. I know how hard this job is and how tough the issues that come before you can be. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of passing the resolution on meeting the basic needs of Vermonters experiencing homelessness. I appreciate the call to action to the governor to expand the voucher system and have joined with many legislators and advocates in asking for the same. Your voices will be an important contribution toward meeting this urgent need. I especially implore you to hit the pause button on the planned evictions at Sears Lane, to engage in the steps outlined in the resolution, and to work with residents there, as well as the growing and willing coalition of service providers, community members, and mutual aid networks who are eager to help build both short and long-term solutions. This is an opportunity for us all to come together as a community rather than create further displacement and destabilizing conditions. When I served on the city's Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee, several times I tried to engage the administration and fellow councilors in looking seriously at some of the emerging models in states such as Washington and Oregon for creating sanctioned encampments equipped with community-authored codes of conduct, shelters such as tiny homes, showers, restrooms, wraparound services, and more. At the time, there was not a readiness to do so in a meaningful way. I'm hopeful that now that these encampments have many more years under their belt and some encouraging data about their effectiveness at moving folks into longer-term, more stable housing, it is worth another look. There are pros and cons to this approach, to be certain, and it will be important to engage people with lived experience and housing advocates to assess what might work in Burlington. Now, with unprecedented federal resources and a pandemic that keeps raging, is not the time to exacerbate or provoke homelessness. Again, please hit the pause button and let's work with willing residents, service providers, and ARPA dollars. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Willa Starkey-Kruder, to be followed by Dakin Fuller. Willow, I've enabled your mic.
Yes, hello. I'm here to implore the City Council to pass the Resolution 608 and to cease the plan to forcibly remove the residents of Sears Lane. The inhumanity of removing these folks, especially before the emergency hearing on Thursday, should be unbelievable. Unfortunately, this lack of care of these residents cements the strategic oppression and stigmatization that this community is already living with. A former speaker mentioned that we don't know who lives there. Some of us do, and to those that don't, maybe it's time to meet your neighbors that you're planning to disperse. If not sparking human connection, maybe it will at least make you realize the impact your decisions will have. You have heard over and over that people are going to the services that should offer support and housing, yet so many are being turned away, finding that what have been offered as solutions are, at best, a temporary Band-Aid. I would echo someone else who formerly spoke and ask you to find solutions that carry compassion and long-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not able to locate Dakin Fuller. So I'm going to go to Sophie Aronson next, and Sophie will be followed by Thea Zalewski. So Sophie, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sophie and I'm a resident of Ward 1. Today I'm speaking in regards to agenda item 6.08. I'm in support of Councillor McGee's resolution. And council members, I urge you to stand against the eviction of the 6-year standing community at Sears Lane. You all have already failed the Sears Lane community by not having provided safe housing up until this point, and now you're going beyond failing the bare minimum, and you're going to take away this home that they built together just as we transition into the winter, and this eviction is vile and inhumane. I also would like to address members of the public who came to speak in support of the eviction. How can you not stand in solidarity with the unhoused when you are closer to houselessness than you will ever be to becoming a billionaire? You know, like, while each of you are deserving of safety and security, it cannot come at the expense of the safety of the unhoused. Like, your right to safety is not more important than anybody else's. And the safety of your property, sure as hell, is not as important as the safety of a human life. And, you know, if you think this eviction is going to solve any problems, like, I beg you to consider the consequences of the stress that this eviction is going to impart on the Sears Lane community. You know, like, you all are so afraid of theft and substance misuse and mental health issues and violence. And do you really think that, like, the stress of being evicted is going to improve those things?
Can you please wrap up?
Just consider whether you came here tonight out of love or out of fear.
Can you please wrap up? Thank you. If folks can please not attack what other people have said as speakers. Our next speaker is Thea Zalewski, to be followed by Bryn Martin. Thea, I'm enabling your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Tonight, I urge the council to adopt Councillor McGee's resolution, meeting the basic needs of houseless Vermonters. This administration says that they're working hard to find housing for people. However, the actions in the past weeks and, quite frankly, indefinite years have shown that they're actively destroying and evicting people from houses they've built for themselves. If there were other housing available, if the goal is truly to provide folks with the resources that they need, then let them stay where they've built community. Evictions are traumatic, as several folks have spoke from personal experience from tonight, and do not serve to protect people. They only make people's situations more dire. I'll once again emphasize that this comes down to survival. What's at stake with the passage of this resolution is people's lives now and in the future, through the winter. Tonight, the City Council has the chance to put words into action by passing this resolution and proving that they in fact are taking into account the weight and severity of what it means to evict people from a community, quite frankly, that they have built from nothing. The residents of Sears Lane have been putting in the real work towards solving the houseless problem that Burlington faces. So tonight, with the passage of this resolution, the City Council can join them in this work or continue to put their lives on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bryn Martin. Bryn, I'm not able to locate you.
Out and log in as Grace.
So I'm going to go to our next speaker, which is Marissa Kemmler, to be followed by Chris Fiore, and I'll give a couple others ahead of that. So Chris Fiore will be after Marissa Kemmler, and then we have Mike Chamness, Jean Bergman, Eve Dolkart, and Amy Malinowski. So Marissa, I'm going to come to you. I'm not able to locate Marissa either. And so then I'm going to go to Chris Fiore. Not locating you, Chris. So I'm going to look for Mike Chamness. Mike, I have located you and have enabled your microphone.
Yes, hello. I wanted to kind of reiterate some of what other speakers have said in terms of there are other programs, there are other models that you can follow. You don't have to evict tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, 25 to 30 people that have nowhere to go. You just don't. And regardless of what the inclinations of the police department or the city manager might be, the hard reality is you just don't have to do it. And I think that speaks volumes about your opportunity to potentially not only pass and support Councilman McGee's resolution, but to look at opportunities in the community like Dignity Village in Portland, Oregon, a public community campground, an autonomous community that's been there since 2000. And it's successful. It has a waiting list. There's 60 to 70 previously unhoused occupants that are thriving in the community. Public campgrounds in Durango, Colorado, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Ithaca, New York, that have been essentially established by those communities as community campgrounds that host the unhoused and homeless with hookups. They have electricity, they have showers, they have infrastructure. They host cars, campers, RVs. Those are solutions that we have to look at because that, unfortunately, is the triage emergency housing that we're faced with in this community. I'm not going to repeat what a number of speakers have said regarding the fact that there just is no housing. There are waiting lists for every nonprofit that's providing housing. Hotel program that potentially could end in December, in the middle of the winter. So I would implore you to do the right thing, not evict Sears Lane residents tomorrow or ever. Work with the residents to develop an intentional, autonomous community of which there are examples in the community in Oregon that you can basically model. And look at that as a solution to a humane,
if you can please wrap up,
appropriate solution to unhoused and homelessness in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Jean Bergman, to be followed by Eve Dolkart. Jean, I've enabled your mic. Jean Bergman. Jean, it looks like you're muted on your end.
You got, no?
No, yeah, no, you were for a second there, Jean. You're muted now.
Unmute. Am I okay?
You're good. Go ahead, Jean.
Okay, don't start the clock until I start talking. Thanks. Please support Councillor McGee's resolution and stop the removal. There's no reason to evict the current residents of Sears Lane tomorrow, to displace them against their will when there's no compelling reason as called for under the ACLU's agreement. And remember, it's going to be 40 in the 40s and raining tomorrow. Just think about that situation. Now, other people have said it, but I just need to reiterate for all of you. The city removed tons of garbage on Friday with the cooperation of the residents. The residents who were charged with violating criminal laws were removed. Now, if the police have evidence of more crimes, as Mr. Noyes alleges, they should charge those people and remove them, but not punish everybody else. There's a court hearing on Thursday. The statement that the area is unsafe made today at the finance board is a bald-faced exaggeration. That's the politest way I can say it, without the publicly available facts to support it. The resources provided by CVOEO, as said in the finance board, are extremely short-term, but a 30-day hotel arrangement by CVOEO is clearly insufficient. If you evict the remaining residents tomorrow morning, you'll simply be punishing them for the actions of others without their day in court. Collective punishment of the rest is a human rights violation. Acting before the hearing is at least a moral violation of due process. Displacement before sufficient resources are available is just plain wrong. Threatening these houseless residents with criminal charges of trespass tomorrow without a fair basis is shameful. My city should not be a human rights violator. It should not act to deprive these residents of their due process and their day in court. It should not bring shame on us, but that's what's happening. I just want to end by saying, please vote for the resolution and please act to stop as a body the mayor from issuing trespass orders and the camp as being pursued. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eve Dolkart, to be followed by Amy Malinowski. Eve, I've enabled your mic. Eve, it looks like you're muted on your end.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. My name is Eve Dolkart. I've lived in Burlington for almost 5 years, and I want to appreciate and echo what others here have shared tonight in support of folks living on Sears Lane, especially upholding valuing people over property. I'm really grateful to have had the stability, resources, and support systems needed to rent here in our city. And there are reasons that folks are needing to camp. One of those is the lack of those privileges. Another is the absence of affordable housing options, especially for people who have no income or fixed incomes. Unfortunately, the current public housing strategies, as well intentioned as they may be, have been short-term fixes for the deeply rooted housing crisis. Public vouchers and temporary housing offerings have obstacles that many folks are not able to navigate due to a plethora of barriers, including systemic oppression and trauma. We have all learned over the past year and a half that home is more than a physical space. However, there is still that basic human need of needing a place to lay one's head. Another human need is community. So where are these members of our community supposed to go now? How can we support affordable, sustainable housing solutions and use the existing systems that we have in place to incentivize the landlords in our town to actually accept vouchers and support one another to create decent, collective, and supportive living spaces? We're really talking about the health and well-being of our community, and displacing folks from what they have come to know as home will have ripple effects on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Malinowski, to be followed by Jody Woos, and I'll read off a couple other after Jody. Grace File, JF Carter Newbeezer, Primrose Van Wolvlier, John Callow, Rick Levinson, Marsha Johnson, Lisa Lax. So I'm going to go to Amy Malinowski right now. Amy, I've enabled your mic.
Hi. Okay, so I'm a white woman who has no lived experience with being unhoused. I live in Ward 3, and I'm also an on-enough member of the generator makerspace, so I'm kind of biking by Sears Lane all the time. Tonight, I'm speaking in solidarity with Sears Lane and calls to halt this really violent, inhumane, traumatizing eviction process, especially before Thursday's hearing. Those before me have said so much that I agree with. So I just want to amplify the voice of Gina, who's a Sears Lane resident. They said, to whom it may concern, we the people ask for your support, and the fact that the city wants us to move out, it's the only home we have. I ask this, how can a man or a woman adapt to and overcome our goals if they're fighting for their next meal or where they're going to lay their head? And as was said earlier tonight, Sears Lane existing is evidence that programs we have for unhoused folks just don't work. So-called affordable housing is not accessible. So where are these people going to go? Evicting folks is not going to address the underlying issue. It's just going to push it somewhere else. So please stop the eviction, give them time, and also give yourselves time to explore other models and ways that we could be joining the residents of Sears Lane and imagining what housing could be. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Woos, to be followed by Grace File. Jody, I've enabled your mic.
I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of the Champlain Valley Democratic Socialists, and I'm also a member of Generator Makerspace, as our previous speaker was, on Sears Lane, a neighbor of the Sears Lane encampment. The Sears Lane encampment highlights the problem of homelessness in our community. This is a serious problem that, as all Burlington residents know, extends well beyond the Sears Lane encampment. The folks there have presented our community, our mayor, and our city council with an opportunity to confront this now chronic problem, the problem of affordable housing that we can no longer ignore. The pandemic revealed to us how vulnerable we all are. Further, the pandemic has demonstrated how understaffed our needed social services are. It is time now to mobilize all city resources around the housing issue and the lack of adequate social services here. I'd like to thank the Sears Lane residents and their supporters for forcing all of us, including the mayor and city council, to confront this important issue. Please do not evict tomorrow. Please deal now with creative solutions for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace File, to be followed by JF Carter Newbeezer. Grace, I've found you and have enabled your mic.
Hello again. Thank you. Grace is unable to comment at this time and had asked me if I could read her pre-written comment, if that's all right. But for the record, this is Thea Zalewski speaking, the words of Grace File. Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I wish I was not here speaking on this issue, and I wish that this eviction was not happening at all. I'm here tonight to urge you to pass Councillor McGee's resolution and allow people to stay in the homes they've created for themselves at Sears Lane. You cannot let landlord monopolies charge $1,000 for studio apartments and not expect homelessness. You cannot have a rampant opioid epidemic and not expect homelessness. You cannot continue to develop our town into a haven for the ultra wealthy and tourists, pricing regular folks like myself out of existence and not expect homelessness. Houseless folks will and always exist because houselessness is a byproduct of the system we live in, and the solution is not to try to make them disappear because you are afraid or disgusted by folks experiencing houselessness. The solution is to genuinely extend a hand to our neighbors and ask what they need and what they want. Sears Lane is a community where I have felt safe and welcome. It is a community that deserves to be protected and treated with dignity and respect. Please move with compassion and vote for Councillor McGee's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is JF Carter Newbeezer, to be followed by Primrose Van Wolvlier. Carter, I've enabled your mic.
Thank you so much for giving me some time to speak tonight.
The eviction of residents at Sears Lane represents some of the worst impulses of Moreau's administration and the Democratic Party in Burlington.
To the chair.
Okay, I will. It is never okay for anyone to threaten first responders with violence. However, the individual responsible for that incident has been criminally charged, and everyone else who lives there shouldn't be punished for the actions of others. If someone engages in violent or dangerous behavior in one of our neighborhoods, we don't evict all the residents on the entire street as a matter of public safety policy. By simply forcing our unhoused neighbors out of Sears Lane, we are not solving or meaningfully addressing the issue of houselessness. All it would achieve is moving the crisis our community faces from one part of our city to other parts of our city. This is inhumane and bad public policy. I want to thank the Progressive Caucus and specifically Councillor Joe McGee for introducing a resolution requesting to halt the eviction and work to find actual policy solutions rooted in data, compassion, and justice. I also want to thank President Tracy for conducting council business consistently with grace and demonstrating to our community what that looks like in action, as well as your years of service to the progressive movement and justice issues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Primrose Van Wolvlier, to be followed by John Callow. Primrose, I've located you and have enabled your mic.
Hello, I'm Prim. Yeah, so what I'm mostly going to be echoing a lot of what other people have said, because I think a lot of the same sentiments are pretty straightforward for why it's a bad reason to evict the people down at Sears Lane, forcibly remove or whatever the legalese you're trying to cover it up with is. Beyond just the fact that like punishing everyone for the actions of a few is inherently messed up and inhumane. I don't really understand what your like end goal is. You can kick these people out now. Some of them might find hotels. Clearly, not everyone is going to, because the services are overworked or overwhelmed. So most people are just going to have nowhere to go. So whatever you're trying to accomplish, I'm a little confused about if this is actually even going to help towards what your goals are, which I assume is make our community safer, make people feel more comfortable, not have to see homelessness. Obviously, none of this is actually going to happen because they're humans and they live here and they're going to keep living here, whether it's at Sears Lane or somewhere else. So there's no reason to put them through all this trauma and grief when not even your own goals are going to be accomplished. And even your own, yeah, whatever. Clearly, we need to find more permanent solutions to this problem, like many other people have said. And that's a process that's going to take some time. And while we're working on that process, just let people be. Let them live where they live and work with them to find more permanent solutions. In the meantime, just leave them alone. No reason to kick people out of their homes with such short notice. It's just so cruel. I implore you all to halt the eviction tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Callow, to be followed by Rick Levinson. I see some folks using the raise hand function. We don't use that to identify speakers. The way that you are interested in speaking, that you can do so is if you go to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum. That will take you to the form that you can use to sign up remotely. So our next speaker, I do, however, have Nicole Bell. You are in the queue. That's the only one that I see on there. E, I believe I also see you on the queue as well, but others I do not see you in the sheet. So just keep that in mind and please use that system to sign up. So next speaker is John Callow. John, I'm enabling your mic.
Okay.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you. My name is John Callow. I live in the Lakeside neighborhood, directly adjacent to the so-called homeless encampment. Over the past several years, I've walked past the site multiple times each day with growing concern about its deteriorating conditions. While there is much in the resolution that is compassionate and worthy of community support, the final ask, which calls for the administration to continue to allow the encampment to, quote, safely continue, does not. As a result, I encourage you to reject this resolution. Allowing the continued occupancy at Sears Lane in its present form is simply not an acceptable public policy response. For more than 2 years, the city has ignored repeated calls from adjoining property owners and neighbors about aggressive, antisocial, and criminal behavior that has come to characterize this occupation. As a result, the council is collectively failing the city. It has abdicated its civic responsibility and ceded all leadership to a small, unruly mob at the encampment. And in the process, you've lost the ability to distinguish homelessness from criminal activity. Simply stated, the proposed resolution mischaracterizes a criminal enterprise as a homeless encampment, which does a disservice to the homeless, not to mention the surrounding community and neighbors. You know, as you know, an RFP was recently distributed by the city to established professional social service agencies for oversight of the encampment. The lack of response to this RFP speaks volumes to the high risk assessment and low probability of success perceived by these service providers to manage a population that has no interest in being managed. And now, in response to the mayor's decision to vacate the site, a resolution has just been introduced that offers more of the same. That is, the occupation can, quote, safely continue, unquote. You know, we can do better. You can do better. And there are alternatives. Although the solution to this issue is challenging and requires work, hard work. My question is whether or not the current makeup of the council has the capacity for the hard work rather than grandstanding the true leadership skills that place the well-being of our community over the righteous indignation. Well, you know,
John,
I'm sorry?
John, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Our next, I lost track of time, that is. The next speaker is Rick Levinson, to be followed by Marcia Johnson. Rick, I'm not able to locate you. Marcia, I am able to locate you and have enabled your mic. Marcia, it looks like you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm also in support of the resolution to stop the eviction or at least hold it off temporarily until after the court date, which is Wednesday or Thursday, I think. I think that, you know, if you evict everybody from the site and they have nowhere to go, another encampment is just going to spring up somewhere else. And I feel for the folks who are living nearby and dealing with this every day, but I would like to think Burlington is a community that can come together and come up with a solution other than just displacing people and waiting for it to pop up again somewhere else. It's also, like everyone else has said, very traumatic for people to be evicted. It's not going to help. It's not going to help them achieve safer housing to just be displaced with nowhere to go. I would just really encourage counselors to try to imagine what you would do if you just found yourself homeless, you had come up with a shelter, and then suddenly you were going to get thrown out of it because someone else, one of your homeless neighbors, you know, got in a criminal activity and now everyone's being punished. Like, where would you go if you didn't have family? I mean, you should really just think about that, because sleeping outside is really rough when it starts to get really cold, and what everyone is saying is that shelters are full and there's nowhere to go. So I'm in support of Councilor McGee's resolution, and thank you all for your time. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Lax, and I'll read off a couple more. After Lisa, we have Michaela Alajim, Isabel Sasha E, Ann Lawson, Ann Ferween D, Margaret McGovern, Dan Schillheimer, and so I'm going to go to Lisa now. Lisa, I've enabled your mic.
Hi, Thanks for letting me speak. I'm going to try to be brief. There's been a lot of really good comments and in support of Councillor McGee's resolution, and I also want to support his resolution. I think the entire issue is, it's very shameful that we have people in our society who are not adequately housed. And I think the shame is not on the people who are in that situation, but it's on us, those of us with economic and social privilege, for not doing what we can to ensure that the basic needs of decent shelter, food, and education are available to all. And I just want to note that when I moved to Burlington in 1981, 40 years ago, the population of homeless people was much smaller than it is today, and the problem has only perpetuated to a much greater degree, and that the cause is the disparity, increased disparity of wealth, the rising cost of real estate, the lack of affordable housing. And I feel that the way to deal with this is not to try to eradicate the encampment, which is hiding the problem or trying to get rid of the problem so that we aren't as uncomfortable by this. And I think the long-term solution, we need to focus on solutions other than what evicting, and to start to speak and work with the people in the community to help solve the immediate problem and work on long-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michaela Elajam, to be followed by Isabel Sasha. Michaela, I've located you and have enabled your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I am speaking in support of the residents at Sears Lane and to pass McGee's resolution and to not evict the residents. Where realistically are they going to go? I'm going to echo a lot of other people here. I don't understand how you can do this at this time when it's literally freezing, almost literally freezing. And these people have built their structures and homes and they have their place to live, and you're just gonna kick them out with realistically no other place to go. Like, it's just people are talking about like the building being not up to code. I mean, that is something that people could help them with if need be. It's not something to evict someone over. Like, I want people to examine their moral code. Come on. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I could not locate Isabel Shasa, so I'm going to come to E. E, I've enabled your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm addressing my fellow citizens of Burlington, not the council. So the system we live under, capitalism, that's working just fine, as intended. We can't make it better by electing more progressives or finding more diverse oppressors. The way things get better is if we take back the power we give up by participating in this sham called electoral politics. If everyone who showed up for Black Lives Matter marches at Battery Park in response to George Floyd's murder showed up to Sears Lane tomorrow, there's no eviction, regardless of what the council does or doesn't do. Business and property owners run this country. The council serves capitalists, not the masses of working people or unemployed people. The path forward requires revolutionary solidarity. That means nothing short of standing up to the bosses, property owners, and politicians with everything we can muster. Capitalism's body count continues to grow by the day. We cannot allow this city to add the dear people on Sears Lane to that number by forcing them out of the one place in this city they can go. We need a new system. We cannot simply slap diverse shades of neoliberal duct tape on the capitalist death machine and expect it to start shitting out rainbows and puppies. The system values the rules that protect the ruling class's interests more than the humanity of those who back the system is built on, whose backs the system is built on. Find more information on how to get involved at searslanecommunity.netlify.app. In the immortal words of the Black Panthers, all power to the people. Fuck the police.
Please don't use profanity. Our next speaker is going to be Ann Lawson, to be followed by Adam Ferween, and then I have D after that, Margaret McGovern, Dan Schillheimer, or Hammer, Brian Leon Gray, Dakin Fuller, and Chrysanthemum Kara. Ann, I've enabled your mic. Or Annie Lawson.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Annie Lawson. I'm a clinical social worker and I live in Ward 4. Burlington is not special. The wealth gap is widening in America. Residents of Burlington are not entitled to avoid seeing houseless neighbors just because it makes them uncomfortable. We are not immune here to the results of the policies that increase the wealth of those at the top at the expense of the most vulnerable. What did we think was going to happen? That said, I continue to be impressed by how the question of Sears Lane is being handled. I am enormously impressed by how the people of this city have handled the crisis of their neighbors who need more resources. I'm not talking about the Weinberger administration. I'm not talking about the Democratic members of this city council who would vote against.
Comments to the chair.
I'm not, I hope that the council members can hear me say to Max that I urge them to vote for Councilor McGee's resolution. This administration and councilors who would vote against it have failed the people of this city who have found themselves in the situation of being houseless. But other residents of this city have stepped up and offered care, respect, and dignity to their neighbors. They have collaborated with residents and with other neighbors who have built relationships at Sears Lane to craft creative, imaginative solutions to the problems that are facing not just the residents of Sears Lane, but many, many Americans. Burlington residents have taken into their own hands what our elected officials have willfully turned away from. The mayor's office put out a request for proposals from nonprofits to share management of the site with residents who live there. 2 weeks later, the request for proposals was closed, and now here we are with an eviction notice. I've spent the last 9 years working in nonprofits and specifically in community mental health, and I know, as well as the mayor does, that no useful policy or proposal can be created in 2 weeks. Either the mayor willfully manipulated the RFP process by offering a laughably short window, or the mayor is woefully out of touch with the way things in the world of social services. Whatever the reason, it's not too late to change course, and I urge councilors to vote in support of McGee's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Ferween, to be followed by D. Adam, I've located you and have enabled your microphone.
All right. Thank you for giving me some time to speak tonight. I have had the privilege to work with members of our Burlington community as a social worker for the past 7 years, and something that I've noticed from the moment I started in this work is the lack of places for people to have stable housing, a stable place to call home. One of the things that continues to rise in my mind, in the mind of those that I work with, is the inaction from those in our community, both administration and even the organizations that we have here that are labeled as the leaders in providing supports for those experiencing homelessness. And I see this as a community effort to get to a place where we have housing for everyone, places to live for everyone. This is a shared responsibility that I think many people who are probably not here tonight are just taking easy pass and not shedding their voice, which I think is not acceptable. I want to see solutions moving forward that bring the voices of those living these lives to the front and not those who are claiming to be experts to the front. The issues that we've had have been here, and they're going to continue to be here until we actually have sustainable, transformative change. There have been many, many ideas brought up tonight that I think are wonderful and need to be embraced. But the first thing that needs to be questioned is, why do we continue to look at solutions through the lens of middle-class white people? Those solutions aren't working, they haven't worked, and they won't work until we actually start bringing those to the table who are living these lives and have the experience to what the solutions may be. Solutions are out there. I'm so confident in that, and I'm really hopeful that we stop what we're doing in this eviction, take some time, hit the pause button, and start bringing the voices that have the most experience and knowledge to the table and not speak for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deirdre Graham, to be followed by Meg McGovern. Deirdre, I've enabled your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a Burlington resident. I didn't really have time to prepare much. I'm on the tail end of a 14.5-hour day. I'm an essential healthcare worker, and I'm currently struggling with sleep housing. So,
Deirdre, you're a little bit muffled.
yeah, is that better?
A little.
Hello.
That was better.
Okay.
There you go. Please start the timer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I'm a Burlington resident. I'm here again speaking, disgusted, heartbroken, infuriated, and desperate. I didn't have time to prepare much tonight. I'm also calling in support of the resolution 608 to halt the eviction, halt the demolition of the Sears Lane community tomorrow. Just want to say that these so-called safety concerns are still not valid grounds to displace people from their homes. And in fact, they're more dangerous than anything that's going on in that community. No one is a perfect past. And placing people into permanent boxes of bad or unsafe or whatever, insert adjectives, is dangerous. And how can you live with yourself knowing that you're toying with people's lives, deciding if they deserve safe housing or not? This is an incredibly dire situation. Please, please search inside yourself for a shred of compassion and empathy and support the halting of the demolition of this community. The resources that certain members of this administration keep quoting and bringing up are a joke. And I know firsthand, seeing a friend who lived at Sears Lane, trying to navigate them. And even if someone can get into a hotel, just name one of these so-called resources.
You're breaking up a little.
It's a fucking joke. Obviously, I've asked and imploring you all to take a breath, to stop. Can you hear me?
Yes.
At this point, I'm just imploring you all to take a fucking breath and stop this act of violence. This community, our community, just wants self-determination and to be left in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg McGovern.
Thank you, councilors. I'm also speaking in support of residents of Sears Lane in hopes that the city will find them safe housing. I'm a licensed realtor and property manager for 27 and 53 Sears Lane. I'm a native of Vermont and have lived in Burlington 36 years. I love Burlington, and I'm very concerned about the level of houselessness and lack of affordable housing for all income levels. I also work in Burlington and manage 4 Burlington properties. I'm a longtime financial supporter of COT, Spectrum, King Street, AgeWell, UVM, and other nonprofits. We work with Champlain Housing Trust as well, helping them find properties to establish affordable residential units. I say this because I feel our community is strong, and there are many, many people like me that have the same community values. I've been meeting since April 2021 with local businesses and residents, trying to find solutions for the safety and behavior issues that have been occurring around Sears Lane. I'm happy to hear that the mayor is moving forward with assisting residents to find permanent housing, since the encampment living conditions are inhumane, dangerous, and attract criminal enterprise and bad behavior that impacts the entire area. The encampment is out of control and can't be managed. Current neighboring building tenants are afraid to go to work. Kids are afraid to walk to school, and businesses are being robbed and broken into constantly. We have seen this on the news and with the zero response from the well-intentioned management RFP. My experience in commercial real estate and construction had me very concerned with the structures that have been erected, and I'm afraid the people are in danger. Constant running of generators and other unpermitted heating sources make me fear for the encampment residents and environmental impacts on lands. Please allow the mayor to continue his efforts. I hope the council considers approved campsites like North Beach that worked in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are at 9:37 and we started at 7:37. So that's a 2-hour public forum. I have 2 Burlington residents left on the remote, 2 also who are here on the in-person list. I have about 4 also in-person non-Burlington, and then about 5 or 6 folks who are non-Burlington residents who are remote. So unless the council is seeking to make a motion to extend the public forum to hear those remaining councilors consistent with the agenda that we voted on. Is there a motion? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I would just move that we complete the remaining speakers.
Okay, and only the remaining speakers.
What's that?
And only the remaining speakers?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of hearing the remaining speakers, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries, and we will hear the remaining speakers. The next Burlington resident who is remote that I have is Dakin Fuller. Dakin, let me find you. Okay, I think I know I have found you. I think you're under another name. Okay, Dakin, I think I've found you. Is this Dakin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Dakin. I was born and raised in Vermont. I've lived in Burlington for 7 years, and I stand in solidarity with the residents of Sears Lane. I live on Conger Ave, which is directly next to the camp, and I have never had any problems with anyone living there. In fact, for the very first time, I actually went there last week after I heard that they were going to be evicted, and I honestly have never felt so welcomed anywhere. One of the people who was living there offered me food, and he invited me into his house, and it was really nice. Like, it was warm, it was cozy, it had a loft. It's like everything that I personally would want if I could ever have the money to own a home, which I won't because of the rent prices in Burlington. Another thing is that the argument of the camp being noisy is completely misplaced, given that this is an extremely noisy neighborhood in general. We are directly next to the train tracks. Hula was doing construction for like what felt like a year, as well as the bike path. Like, it's just not a quiet neighborhood, and it never could be, especially since there's like 2 beaches in our neighborhood. So that's like kind of an invalid argument. But personally, having been on the verge of homelessness before and having struggled to find affordable housing, I really deeply empathize with the people living there. And I really do not want them to be kicked off that plot of land. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker is also on this Zoom, Chrysanthemum Kara.
Apologies, that is also me.
Okay, so
That's a repeat.
okay, so it's a repeat. Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, so our next speaker is. That brings us to the end of the Burlington folks who are remote. So I'm going to
That doesn't make any sense.
to.
Did I do okay?
Sorry about that. The next speaker will be Leaf. We're transitioning back to in-person, and I had a couple of Burlington folks. Leaf Toronto did sign up and is now here. So Leaf, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm Leaf, and I'd like to talk to you about why I missed my original slot for public comment. I missed my turn because on my way here to speak to you in solidarity with my friends at Sears Lane, I came across my friend who was sitting outside on the corner, out there in the shadow of City Hall, covered in water and shivering. And he has no dry clothes and nowhere to go tonight. I missed my public comment because I, as a civilian constituent, had to go and help find him clean clothes and so that he would not die and freeze in the colds. And I just would like you all to reflect on how deeply you have failed the people and the houseless community of Burlington when your own constituents have to miss their public comments to talk to you about housing justice so that they can keep their houseless friends from dying. Over the past week, I've spent a lot of time at Sears Lane, and I know that a lot of the folks there have absolutely nowhere to go. And I want you to know that in the absence, and in your absence and failure, people have been stepping up for each other, building structures, helping find people places to go. And I ask you to please not criminalize the people of Sears Lane and the people who love them for wanting our friends to survive and for wanting people to have a place to live. I want you to realize that the people of Sears Lane are Burlington. There is no secret other outside force invading this city. The people of Sears Lane are our neighbors. They are your constituents. They are people who have been failed by this city. I want you to know that I feel safer at Sears Lane than I do here. As a trans person and someone who has survived violence, I know that my friends at Sears Lane, I know that my friend on the corner will stick up for me if I am in danger. They will welcome me in out of the rain. They will fight if someone tries to hurt me. And I do not know the same thing about all of you. I want you all to know that you are the most dangerous people in Burlington right now.
If you could please wrap up.
Not any alleged criminal at Sears Lane, but you, because tonight and tomorrow you will decide whether 25 people lose their homes.
Can you please wrap up?
You will decide whether people survive or die. And I just want you to choose well.
Can you please, thank you. Our next speaker is Laura McPeak, to be followed by Maggie Karen.
Thank you all for your time. I am speaking in favor of the resolution of.
If you could just speak into the mic, please.
Sure. I can take this off for a second. I'm Laura McPeak. I'm speaking in favor of Councillor McGee's proposal to wait on the eviction of the Sears Lane community. I speak today as an individual, a parent, and a healthcare worker. Housing is healthcare, and this eviction risks healthcare and safety. Displacing this already traumatized community poses a greater risk from the point of view of the pandemic, risks worsening the public healthcare crisis, and further threatens public safety. The fragile population needs more help and understanding, not less. And the short timeline is particularly problematic. Everyone can tend to violence if they cannot meet their basic needs, as I know only too well from working in the emergency department. And the trauma of this removal will have public health and safety ramifications. It's easy to create headlines about people's bad deeds or mistakes, but that doesn't accurately represent the entire situation. I have worked with these residents in the community outside of my healthcare profession, and I rarely see them in the emergency department. If you don't pass this resolution, I expect that to change in the next week. Please consider this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Karen, to be followed by Catherine Zaldette.
Good evening, and thank you all for your time. My name is Maggie Karen, and I'm here representing the organization New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation. And what's coming around to is a letter that I'll be reading some excerpts through. I'm actually going to take this off so I can see. New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation is comprised of people active in the movement to end human trafficking, including survivors of sex trafficking occurring in Vermont. We write to caution the Burlington, Vermont City Council that the empirical intersection of commercial sex with human trafficking, the preponderance of research on prostitution, and the reality of law enforcement constraints in the United States argue against the path toward full decriminalization of the sex trade, including sex buying, brothel keeping, and pimping. We write to present facts not reflected in the resolution or your July 12th hearing. Full decriminalization does not empower or enhance the safety of historically disenfranchised groups. Instead, it legitimizes the worst possible forms of exploitation of these very populations and empowers those seeking to abuse and profit from them. Full decriminalization does not free police resources to be deployed to pursue the more egregious felony-level crime of sex trafficking. Instead, full decriminalization of prostitution undermines the ability of police to initiate and successfully complete investigations of sex trafficking. Where prostitution is legal, human trafficking is more prevalent, and investigation and prosecution of human traffickers plummets. The most likely outcome of this change in Burlington, referencing your ordinance change, would be increases in sex trafficking and in the numbers of individuals exposed to violence in unsafe conditions. Many cases of sex...
If you could please wrap up.
Sure.
You're done.
I'll just finish the sentence. Many cases of sex trafficking are regionally specific involving Vermont. That's page 6. You can read the rest. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Catherine Zaldette, to be followed by Rick Lashway. Is Catherine Zaldette here? Okay, don't see Catherine. Is Rick Lashway here?
Thank you for hearing me.
If you could speak into the mic, please.
I'm here to speak on behalf of the people in the encampment at Sears Lane. I want to underscore the word people. I sat here and listened to some really great arguments as far as why to postpone this. And as I look around at the faces, it feels like a decision has already been made, which I hope is not the case. I'm a resident of Chittenden County. I'm not a resident of Burlington. I have been coming to this encampment for 10 months, almost every week. I've gotten to know some of these people. One of them I consider a very good friend. I've heard some of these suggestions from examples around the country of trying to solve this problem, and I can tell you that I think that's a much better solution, to put this on hold and to work on other solutions. I also am a former business leader. I have connections. I have people that we have conversations about these type of things. I know residents in Chittenden County that would get behind solutions that involve federal, local, and individual support. And I, for one, would throw my hat into that as well. I ask you to seriously reconsider this horrible, it's just not morally, it's not morally correct. I don't understand legally in the United States how this could be even considered. I don't understand how there isn't legal representation for the most vulnerable of our community. And I hope you seriously consider postponing this and preserving the buildings that have been properly erected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Julian Levy, or Levy.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us. I grew up in Vermont. I grew up in Essex. I love growing up here. It's a wonderful place. If you have resources, which I personally don't, but I come from a family who does. When I have tried living on my own, I ended up also without a home, only temporarily, because I had the family with resources that can help bail me out. When I lived in Burlington, I worked between 2 and 4 jobs year round. I never went out to eat. I never took vacation, I worked, and I spent more than 75% of my income on my housing. I'm currently living with my parents so that I can go to school, so that I can try and find something that will pay, something that will afford a house, but I have next to no hope of ever owning one. And I come from a lot of privilege, and I cannot wrap my head around kicking people out of the only shelter that they have, especially in the morning on a day we know will be cold and wet, especially when we know that there's going to be a court hearing about it in a couple of days. I also want to point out that the vast majority of people that have come out in support of the residents of Sears Lane have been young. They're the ones who have come into a system that is screwing them over left and right. It is not necessarily the people at this board who are at risk of losing their house. And so I came to speak on behalf of people who are the most vulnerable. I didn't know about the sex trafficking in Vermont, but good God, that's terrifying, and it seems wildly connected that we would possibly criminalize the most vulnerable people and kick them when they're down. And I would like to just add one last thing, which is
please wrap up.
To call the violence that is there, rather than address what is causing people to have the dire circumstances in which they make those decisions, is outrageous. And so please give them the justice of having a little more time and providing some sort of help.
Please wrap up. Thank you. Next, I'm going to transition back to remote, non-Burlington. So I've got a couple folks on there. James Unsworth, to be followed by Dana Keys Gibbons, Nicole Bell, Dan Schillhammer, and Brian Leon Gray. James, I've enabled your microphone.
Great. Thank you very much. I've sat here this evening and I've listened with an open mind and heart to those who've spoken this evening. I can tell the passion the speakers have spoken with is authentic and based in care for their fellow humans. Being homeless is not a crime, and those folks who are experiencing it do need help. The need for affordable and alternative housing for all residents of the Queen City is real. It would be inhumane and amoral to not help those in need. However, despite the rhetoric that all of these individuals at Sears Lane are law-abiding members of our community, just is not true. There have been drug arrests, weapons brandished, first responders threatened and forced to leave. Neighbors are scared. Generational businesses are worried about their livelihoods. The city has begun partnering with groups such as CVOEO to find safe and healthy alternatives. The residents of Sears Lane are actively being given options for safe housing, but perhaps on too short a timeline this time of year. You can help people while ensuring that laws are being obeyed. The two are not mutually exclusive. I do believe it's impossible with the current situation at Sears Lane. A plan is needed, and as far as I can tell, based on the lack of response to the RFP, there is none. There are a number of issues with Sears Lane, but primarily the lack of oversight and safe utilities. I'm in support of reinstating a managed site at North Beach or another adequate site. I firmly believe that the Sears Lane site will present a losing battle for those who attempt to manage it in its current state. I urge the City Council to come up with a real plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dana Keys Gibbons, to be followed by Nicole Bell. Dana, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, it's Dana. I'm a former resident of Burlington. I live in.
Sorry, Dana, someone's talking in the hall. Please, can you please stop? Can you please stop? Can you please not interrupt other speakers? Thank you. Sorry, Dana. The timer has been reset. Please go ahead.
Hey, I'm a former resident of Burlington. I live in Winooski now because there's no affordable housing in Burlington. But I work in healthcare in downtown Burlington, and I'm really proud to be speaking tonight in solidarity with the vast majority of the other speakers and the people who live at Sears Lane. Like the majority of the other speakers tonight, I oppose the removal and the destruction that the city has planned for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the Sears Lane community. More time needs to be given, and this is really an unfair standard that would not be applied to other residents living in other areas of the city. The removal of Sears Lane is not going to make any of us safe, so do the right thing tonight and pass Resolution 6.08. I think it's clear that the people have spoken and you all represent those people, and I'm also in agreement with them that we need to pass Resolution 6.08 and not destroy Sears Lane or remove anyone from that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicole Bell, to be followed by Dan Schillhammer and Brian Gray. Nicole, I've located you and have enabled your microphone.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Nicole Bell, and I am a Worcester, Massachusetts resident, which is the second largest city in New England. I am also a survivor of prostitution, as well as the founder and chief executive officer of an organization that serves over 300 prostituted individuals every year, annually, many of those individuals from Vermont. I'm speaking tonight to oppose the agenda item to decriminalize prostitution. You know, Councilor Freeman is saying if we care about the safety and well-being of prostituted people, then we will push for decriminalization. As somebody that has experienced that and somebody that runs an organization working with almost 30 other survivors every day, I can tell you that that is not what prostituted want nor need. You're talking about a significant housing crisis tonight and people that are displaced. And what you want to do is increase the ability for white men with money to access the bodies of your most marginalized communities. You know, if you think one thing doesn't have to do with the other, you are so disconnected. It's very easy to sit in a place of privilege and talk about what we should be doing. I would invite you to come to our organization and spend a day with those being exploited in the sex trade, and then tell me you think it is in their best interest to continue to be rented and bought and sold and masturbated on and harmed and violated and strangled every day. Because you think that is increasing the safety of your community. I can tell you firsthand it is not, and the harms of prostitution are something that people will suffer with for the rest of their life. You're looking at increased demand, and increased demand means people will be trafficked in to meet that need, and those will be the people that I serve coming into your community to be bought to privileged men.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Schillhammer, to be followed by our final speaker, Brian Gray. Dan, I believe I've located you and have enabled your microphone. Dan Schillhammer? Dan, it looks like you're muted on your end. Dan Schillhammer? Dan, you're still muted on your end, if that is the right Dan. Okay. Our final speaker is Brian Gray. Brian, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. You got two things going on tonight. One, I don't envy your position at all. Sure it's hard to sit there and try to run a city and, be looked favorably upon by everybody. But let's get to the two issues. One, prostitution.
Dan, I'm having
legal prostitution.
Brian, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Legal prostitution. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Legal prostitution might have built most of this country, but every city that one was founded in, they were eventually shut down. I think we should just take a lesson from our, former, ancestors and whatever, and continue to criminalize prostitution. It's not a way to go. As far as the folks on Sears Lane, it's hard to find housing. Me and my wife moved up here 13 years ago. We lived in Burlington. We were both homeless with a child. You guys helped us get on our feet, and eventually we're able to get an apartment, get a job, and get off the welfare system completely. It takes hard work. It takes people to counsel people to get there. And, my wife working at UVM for a long time, these people are people that get high, they go in there, they mistreat, first responders and stuff like that. And it's hard to say you need to let them stay there, because if you evict them, they're just going to find somewhere else, make trouble, and there's no point doing that. And as far as low cost housing, you need to consolidate Burlington with Essex and Winooski and Colchester, consolidate all of Chittenden County. That way you can get taxes from everybody and put the taxes where they need to go. Y'all don't have enough tax money coming in Burlington to do all these different things you want. You tax the hell out of property owners, and, they have to pass that money on. So raising taxes ain't going to do anything for anybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker for this evening. Concludes our public forum. So we will now go into our agenda itself. Give folks a chance to switch over to that. Brings us to item number 4, which is the climate emergency report. Does any counselor or the administration have any climate emergency reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into our next item, which is the consent agenda. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
I'd move to approve the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Councilor Jang, I believe you had a technical correction on the minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, President.
Can you please speak into your mic?
Yep, 1 minute. Let me find it. Yep, so on September 19, 27, actually, the Burlington City Council, we had one action that was specific to providing some support to police officers. In the records, it says it was voted unanimously, but Councilor Jang was not present. I was absent, and it would be good if the record can reflect my absence.
Okay, so City Attorney Richardson, can you just please speak to, are we able to just amend the consent agenda without pulling this item off? Because it's a technical correction?
Yes. This is a technical correction. If there's unanimous consent to making that correction, then it can be accepted as amended, and you do not have to pull it off the consent agenda.
Okay. All right. So you're making essentially is Councilor Jang essentially making a motion?
That's correct. It's a motion to amend this minor correction, which, if it's unanimously accepted by the council, would not require the item to be pulled off of the consent agenda, but could simply be accepted as a correction and allow the consent agenda to move forward.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Councilor Jang to make that small technical correction based on a factual issue within the minutes. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us back to our original motion on the entire consent agenda. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Okay. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And now brings us into our main agenda itself. We will get started on our deliberative agenda in just a second. I do want to we do have another meeting, however, the Local Control Commission meeting that I'm going to recess us for. I'll recess the City Council meeting at 10:06 and convene the Local Control Commission meeting at that time. First item on the agenda is the agenda. Councilor Mason, may I please have a motion on the agenda?
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Got a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the agenda for the Local Control Commission, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next item is a consent agenda. May I please have a motion, Councilor Mason?
Thank you. I would move that we adopt the agenda and take the actions as indicated.
We have a motion on the consent agenda from Councilor Mason, a second from Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Mason, seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we have now adjourned our Local Control Commission at 10:07. I will reconvene the regular City Council meeting at that time. And we will now dive into our deliberative agenda for this evening with a communication from Brian Pine, CEDO Director, Richard Hessler, Projects and Policy Specialist, and I believe David White as well will be joining us with regards to the Downtown Tax Increment Financing District. So please join us up here. One moment. Councilor Paul, may I please have a motion on just to waive the reading and accept the communication?
Yes, President Tracy, I would waive the readings, accept the communication, and place them on file.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Now go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Pine, CEDO Director, and having sat on that side of the table, I really want to just thank you for continuing to go through the public process that we just went through. I know that was perhaps challenging in some respects, but thank you nonetheless. Earlier this evening at the Board of Finance, we spoke about the substantial change request, which is the terminology that's used by the Vermont Economic Progress Council. Rather than, I'm going to ask David to go into the slideshow, and we'll try and be more concise, perhaps, than we would have been otherwise, given the time of the evening, and then we'll open it up to questions.
So thank you. For the record, my name is David White. I'm president of White and Burke Real Estate Advisors. We are consultants to the city on the City Place project and also relative to the downtown TIF district. And why don't we just launch right in? So the next slide. So we're going to talk about what is TIF for the benefit of those who are not familiar with it, particularly in the public. Talk about the downtown TIF district itself, as well as give information on the substantial change proposal, and there will be an opportunity for questions. Let's move on. So Burlington does have two TIF districts, and I want to be clear that we'll be talking tonight about just one of those. There is the Waterfront TIF district that was the first one. It was established in the mid-1990s, and it operates under somewhat different rules than the downtown TIF district. The downtown TIF district is the area you see in blue on this, and it has Cherry Street and Pearl Streets along the north, and to the right-hand side, which is east, it's largely along South Winooski Avenue in that area, and then it wraps around City Hall and City Hall Park with some other areas to the west. Let's move on. So TIF is an economic development tool, and it fundamentally is a process through which the city establishes a specific geographic area of the city. We just saw the map of it, where there are very specific properties that are in and there are others that are out. And that the objective of the TIF district is to foster economic development and further investment within the district. And that's done through the city identifying specific infrastructure limitations that make it difficult for development to occur, to then borrow money to improve the infrastructure, to remove those barriers or limitations that then fosters new development. And the new taxes only that are generated by that development are then sequestered, used in a special fund, the TIF fund, to pay back the original bond or debt that was incurred to create the infrastructure. Let's move on. So this chart is a little bit challenging from a distance, but fundamentally, if you see in the middle of it that long blue or gray bar, it says original taxable value. what happens is at the beginning of the time when the TIF district is established, the taxable value of all the properties within the TIF district are frozen at that value. And the taxes generated by that value continue to go to the same places they've gone all along, primarily to the state education fund and to the municipal general fund. And those are never touched, so we're not dipping into existing financial resources. But over time, as new development occurs, and new taxes are generated by the new value over and above the original value, then those taxes, a portion of them, not all, the portion of them are used to go into the TIF fund to pay the debt. Now, in the case of the municipal taxes here in Burlington, for the downtown TIF district, 100% of the new taxes only generated by the increased value go to the TIF fund. For the education fund, 75% of the new taxes generated go to the education fund, go to the TIF fund, 25% go to the state, to the education fund. So that splits 75-25, with 75% going to the TIF fund. And that's only for a defined period of time. The city is able to retain those new taxes for a 20-year period to help retire the debt incurred in the TIF district. At the end of that 20-year period, the city can no longer retain those state education taxes. Let's move on. So this TIF district was originally established in 2011. The first debt was incurred in 2016. The final date for new debt that is March 31st, 2023, and that's an important date because after that time, the city can no longer use this tool for further infrastructure investment. So there's less than 2 years left in the life of not the life of the TIF district, but the ability of the city to incur new debt in the TIF district. And so it's important that the city make the decisions if it wants to continue using this tool to move forward rapidly during this period of time. The final year when the city can retain education increment is 2036. That's 20 years after the time the first debt was incurred. Let's move on. So where are we at today? Previous work done in the downtown TIF district and paid for through TIF, at least in part, is the Great Streets projects that were completed on St. Paul Street, some repairs to the Marketplace Garage, the brownfield cleanup at the Browns Court parking lot before that was redeveloped for the Eagles Landing project with Champlain College, and then some stormwater upgrades that occurred here just adjacent to City Hall and City Hall Park on Main Street. Let's move on. So in terms of the finances of the TIF district as they stand, the original taxable value in the TIF district was approximately $170 million. Today, that value is approximately $285 million. So there's been an incremental increase of $115 million, which is a mix of both new development and the reappraisal that took recently. The total debt incurred to date in the TIF district is about $5.4 million. Some of that has already been paid off through, regular payments on the debt, and the current balance is about $4.6 million. Let's move on. So, can we get the next slide, please? Oh, thank you. So, the Vermont Economic Progress Council, which is referred to in shorthand as VEPC, requires a rigorous process in order to get a change to what's proposed in the TIF district, which is what's bringing us to you tonight. So it starts with the public hearing we're having tonight, an opportunity for the public to hear about what's being proposed and comment on it. The goal is to submit the application by this Friday, which is the deadline, in order to get us to the November hearing date with VEPC. And then assuming that all goes well, we would anticipate asking the City Council to place a bond vote on the March ballot for some further work to be done. We anticipate VEPC to approve it sometime between November and January. They could, in theory, approve it on the same month, but they usually will wait a month or two before they make their final decision on approving the change. There would be a required public hearing before the bond vote. That's required in the law and process, and then hopefully the voters would approve it at the March meeting. And then that all has to happen before the city can incur additional debt. Let's move on. So the core of this downtown TIF district infrastructure improvements that have been done and are being proposed is the Great Streets Project. This is a conceptual image of along Main Street near City Hall Park, but there's certainly other designs for the other Great Streets areas. Let's move on. The currently, VEPC has already approved the Great Streets projects on Main Street from South Union to Pine and Great Streets on South Winooski from College to King. So that's currently approved. Now we're proposing to modify that if you'd move on. The core here is to add the lower 2 blocks of Main Street, taking it all the way down to Battery Street. Remove the South Winooski segments of it at this time. They might be added back in later, but for this change, remove them. I want to be clear that the Great Streets projects includes the subsurface utility work. It makes no sense to do the surface without making sure that the utilities underneath are in good shape. And it also includes, one of the things that's been added is the relocation of the ravine sewer, which I think many people know cuts across much of the downtown area of the city, and particularly goes through the gateway block, which is targeted for redevelopment and can't be redeveloped effectively while the ravine sewer is still located there. In addition, there are related costs which have to do with the cost to operate the TIF district that we anticipate over the course of the 20 years will be about $1.5 million, and will be paid through TIF, and a total of about $31.5 million we're proposing as the debt limit here, of which about $4 million remains from the amount previously approved by voters. Let's move on. So this shows just to clarify the areas of Main Street, the upper 2 blocks, starting at South Union, have been approved by VEPC but have not yet been approved by the voters, so that would be part of the March ballot. The middle 2 blocks have been approved by both VEPC and the voters. The lower 2 blocks haven't been approved by either, so that we are seeking those to be added by VEPC and then also voted on by the voters in March. Let's move on. Very quickly, the ravine sewer cuts across the core block here from College Street to Main Street, and it cuts right underneath the library and behind the fire station and through the parking lot at the corner of South Winooski and Main, and it can't be built on top of. The image on the right-hand side is, in fact, an image within the sewer. This was built originally starting in the 1860s, and is not in good shape and is not structurally sound enough that you can build over the top of it. Let's move on. And this image shows, if you look at the right-hand side, the corner of South Winooski and Main looking toward Memorial Auditorium and the fire station and the Congregational Church in the background. And on the left is what that looked like in 1870. That shows you that there used to be, it was quite a ravine. It was not a minor feature. And it is the line that goes through there that we need to remove in order to be able to continue potentially redeveloping the gateway block and also before the Main Street segments are done. Let's move on. In terms of downtown development, we've included the potential hotel at the YMCA, the redevelopment of the VFW site by CHT, and another small project on South Champlain Street, and some background growth in our TIF projections. There are other projects we've noted in the application but are not included in the cash flow because they're speculative and timing is unknown at this time. Let's move on. This is a detailed sheet, a copy of which is available. The City Council received previously, and it does show the cash flow in the district and shows that we do anticipate about $6 million surplus based on the assumptions that are made here. We think it's conservative assumptions. Surplus at the end of the life of the district. I think it's likely to be even larger than that, but I caution you, let's move on, that we are planning to come back to the City Council or expect to sometime over the winter, spring for another request for approval to submit an application for substantial change, and much of the surplus may well get used at that time. And let's move on. So in summary, we want to add the lower blocks of Main Street, remove South Winooski. We are proposing the debt limit. We believe there are sufficient incremental taxes available to pay for this. But we do need City Council approval to submit the application to VEPC, which we are seeking from you tonight.
Great, thank you so much. Anything to add, Director Pine?
No, I think David summed it up very well. We're open to any questions.
Okay, great. So we have an item that actually moves forward the change that's requested, but in between that, we have to have a public hearing specific only to that item. So if councilors are okay with it, I'd like to have any questions and comments specific to the item on 6.03. So are we, is that, okay, so with that, can we please go to a vote on just accepting the communication and placing it on file? All those in favor of doing that, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We'll now move into the public hearing. So if you two could just please free up those seats in case someone wants to speak who's here. So like I said before, we are only asking for comments on what was just presented. So the issue of the downtown tax increment financing district and the substantial change that's being requested. Is anyone who's here in person looking to comment on that? And only that. Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna go look at the online. If anyone who is listening in online or through the Zoom is interested, please use the raise hand function to identify yourself. Again, you're only allowed to speak to the downtown TIF district issue and the substantial change that's being requested to that. Okay, I see one person, Brian Gray. Brian, I've enabled your microphone.
Yeah, as far as, taking a bond out, spend more money to revitalize the district, that's what we're talking.
You're not coming through clearly.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in South Carolina right now, so it's a little rangy about my phone. Anyway, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, you gotta spend money to eventually make money and eventually garner more taxes to offset, more spending. I mean, the whole idea of, having a town is to see it build and see its citizens do well. And I mean, I don't see a problem with it, but the only issue is, the rest of the taxes, where is this tax money going to come from? Property owners are already stressed to the breaking point, paying school taxes and everything else. Burlington has some of the highest taxes, in the state. So, that's my question is where is this going to come from?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other folks interested in speaking just to this issue around the downtown tax increment financing district? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public forum. And we will move into item 6.03, which is the motion regarding the substantial change. Councilor Paul, may I please have a motion on that?
Yes, I would move, I would move to approve the city's substantial change request to VEPC for its downtown TIF district and authorize City Council President Max Tracy and Chief Administrative Officer Catherine Schad to execute the attached formal request letter.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Now, is there any discussion, any comments or questions from the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us into our next item, which is 6.04, and thank you again, really appreciate the presentation, David, and thank you, Director Pine, as well for your work on this. Next item is a series of public hearings regarding some ordinances that are, some zoning ordinances that are being proposed this evening. I believe we have David White with us, the other David White on the line. Welcome, David.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Good to see you again remotely. We have David joining us remotely this evening. So David, are you just able to, before we open up the public hearings on just those specific zoning changes, just give a brief synopsis of what each of the zoning changes is?
Yes, happy to, President Tracy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. So there are 3 zoning amendments before you this evening that have been through the city's planning commission and your ordinance committee. The first one is ZA 2107, and it has to do with how we measure building height, and specifically then how dormers affect the measurement of the height of a building. So this amendment has 3 different parts to it. It provides guidance on the starting and ending points for measurements and standards measuring building heights that are on sloped sites. It provides guidance on how dormers are to be measured and the design standards for incorporating dormers into roof lines, and the extent to which addition of a dormer affects whether or not a change, how the addition of a dormer on a roof changes how we measure a building's height. And it defines eaves and dormers in Article 13, the definitions. So that's the first amendment. The second amendment is 2108. It is an amendment that comes to you as a result of some changes in state enabling legislation adopted as part of Act 179. There are 3 components to this amendment as well. The first has to do with existing small lots, and it affords additional provisions for the development of an existing small lot when those lots can connect to municipal water and sewer infrastructure. The second has to do with accessory dwelling units, and it removes the bedroom and occupancy limits from the ADU standards and definitions in the city's ordinance and increases the alternative maximum size for ADUs to go up to 900 square feet from what I believe was 800 square feet. And finally, it changes the duplex from a conditional use to a permitted use in the RL and in the RL districts. It deletes attached dwellings mixed use from the use table and distinguishes between multifamily dwellings of 3 and 4 units and those of 4 or 5 units from a conditional to a permitted use in the institutional district. These are all changes that are being proposed as a result of changes to the enabling legislation, so that our ordinance is consistent with the state law. The final component is 7 ZA 21-09, and it is a series of corrections and updates and clarifications to the downtown form-based code. I won't run through the list of all the different components of this, but after having a couple of years of being able to apply this code to real life projects, we've collected input from Department of Permitting and Inspection staff, applicants, and just kind of our own rethink and rereading of the ordinance. We are including a number of improvements to how the ordinance is read, how the ordinance is used, and how it applies itself specifically in situations where it's applying to a modification of an existing building rather than completely new development from whole cloth. So that is a very quick synopsis of the 3 zoning amendments before you tonight.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. 1 second before we get into the public hearing on all of those zoning amendments that were described, it is 10:30, which under council rules requires us to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend our agenda. Is such a motion? Councilor Stromberg, did you have a motion?
Yes, I would move to, I guess, extend our agenda just through to the end of our deliberative agenda this evening.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the rules just to complete the deliberative agenda this evening. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion on the motion to suspend the rules and complete just the deliberative agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we've suspended our rules and will therefore complete the deliberative agenda this evening. Now I will go ahead and open up the public forum on those zoning amendments, and let me just restate the zoning amendments. If you would like to speak to only these zoning amendments, the zoning amendments are specifically ZA-21-07, height measurements, dormers and eaves, ZA-21-08, Act 179 changes to 117, and ZA-21-09 updates and corrections to Article 14. Are there any folks here who would like to speak to any of those zoning changes? Okay, seeing none, I will now go to folks participating remotely. You may use the raise hand function. To do so, I see Sharon Busher raising. Sharon, I've enabled your microphone, Sharon, so all you'll need to do is just unmute yourself.
President Tracy, I hit that by accident. I don't want to speak.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Anyone else interested in speaking specifically to these zoning amendments in the public hearing on these zoning amendments? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearings on those items, and we will move into a series of votes on the ordinances themselves, which brings us to item 6.05. Councilor Mason, may I please have a motion?
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance as presented, and do not need the floor back given the explanation by David White, but would also note he is available if there are any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us to item 6.06. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilor Mason. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us to the last of these three ordinances, item 6.07, which is Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance as presented.
We have a motion from Councilor Mason. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Therefore, completing the ordinances for this evening. Thank you. Thanks again, David, for your presentation of those prior to the public hearing.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 6.08, a resolution meeting the basic needs of houseless Vermonters. Councilor McGee.
Thank you, President Tracy. I move that we waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor McGee. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. You have the floor, Councilor McGee.
Thank you very much. At its core, this resolution is about saving lives. If the forced removal moves forward tomorrow morning, there will be residents who are left out in the rain as temperatures continue to drop with nowhere to go. We've heard from advocates that there is no way to know that all the residents will have secure housing alternatives by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Further, the solutions offered to residents thus far are temporary and will result in further insecurity at the end of the 30-day coverage period, which will come as late fall and a long winter bring some of the coldest temperatures. Our shelters and transitional housing programs are at capacity, with no permanent housing available for folks to move into. At this very moment, there are nearly 200 households who have been approved for Section 8 vouchers but cannot find suitable housing, and Champlain Housing Trust has a wait list that grows longer by the day. The housing crisis we face here in Burlington has only worsened through the pandemic, and the cost of living continues to vastly outpace the wages offered by many jobs. We are experiencing the lowest vacancy rate seen in years, and the units that are available are out of reach for many residents. At Vermont's current minimum wage, a person would have to work 2 or more jobs just to afford a 1-bedroom apartment in this city. If someone is earning $16.66, the current livable wage set by city ordinance, someone would need to work at least 2 jobs to afford that same 1-bedroom. We cannot have this conversation without acknowledging the fact that so many of our neighbors are one emergency away from job loss, food insecurity, or houselessness. We're also facing a prolonged surge of COVID-19, which continues to climb to levels not seen at any other point in this pandemic. Health experts have told us that significant risk exists for people in congregate shelter settings, and Vermont moved to address this during the pandemic state of emergency by taking action to house all vulnerable folks using the hotel motel voucher program, which the federal government has guaranteed funding for through the end of this year. It is unconscionable that we would not use those resources fully to house all vulnerable Vermonters. This past weekend, I was able to visit the Sears Lane community. I talked to residents who have been there for several months and are unsure where they will go when the removal deadline arrives tomorrow morning. I talked to former residents who told me that the camp at Sears Lane saved their life. I witnessed a group of people working collectively to build community and care for one another in a way that our support networks have not been able to offer. In this community effort, I see the foundation of a compassionate response to the crises houseless people face every day. The forced removal of the entire Sears Lane community is not a solution or a Band-Aid. It is an act of cruelty with no promise of consistent, safe shelter on the other side, which will endanger the lives of the residents. And as we heard here tonight, the only option for folks may be the emergency room. Keeping Sears Lane open and extending the GA hotel voucher program are temporary solutions which will save lives. By passing this resolution tonight, we will make abundantly clear that housing is a fundamental human right, that people deserve to have their basic needs met, and that we are committed to addressing the underlying crises faced by so many in our community. We must continue to work with the residents of Sears Lane and all unhoused folks to develop a plan to meet their basic needs. We have the resources to do this, and every day we do not is a dreadful failure. I hope you all will join me in supporting this resolution and in so doing, saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Hightower to be followed by Councilor McGee. Thank you, Councilor McGee. I have Councilor Hightower to be followed by Councilor Mason. Go ahead, Councilor Hightower.
Thank you. I will also be reading a statement given the emotional nature of this resolution. I'm appalled at the action the city has chosen to take, from a 5-day notice to the refusal to move the timeline for more than a week. This, without any dramatization, is the worst action the city has taken since I became a councilor. Few of us could sustainably change our living situation in 5 days, and the less your means, the more difficult to change. The folks that the city is supposedly partnering with are asking for more time. They said today, and I quote, as much time as possible to get people alternative housing. They said they cannot do it by tomorrow. They cannot do it by tomorrow. In the face of this, our words of housing alternatives is an empty platitude. Words said to gloss over the inhumane removal of the most vulnerable people in the city from the housing they do have, and yet the eviction is still planned for tomorrow. My apologies, removal. Those of us on this side of the table have done little to nothing to help. Most of us have done nothing, including myself. The least we can do is keep doing nothing. The least we can do is listen to the people who have actually been there and helping for months. None of them are saying do the removal. That's a good idea. The Sears Lane encampment is unsafe, but it's unsafe first and foremost for its residents, some who have lived there for years. And when we go through a pandemic, a national rise in alcoholism, opioid use, the situation goes from sustainable to bad. Instead of offering help, actual help, we offer first a way to pacify the neighbors, active management. When no one answers the 2-week RFP, and really, who can come up with anything beyond platitudes in 2 weeks, we move on. The problem isn't that organizations aren't willing to work at Sears Lane, but rather that they think active management is not a sustainable goal. Any organization I've heard from who cares about and has worked with Sears Lane residents wants to support self-management. They're willing to support folks in self-management and accountability to keep everyone safe. There are folks who stay at Sears Lane despite not always feeling safe. Why? Because this space, for better or worse, still offers them some safety. It's their home, and the city should support them in feeling safer in whatever way we can. Why do we appear uninterested in supporting self-management or other sustainable solutions? Why are we treating all individuals as one just by their shared socioeconomic situation? We have temporary positions in the city that are open. We apparently have money for an RFP. We have options that are rooted in data, passion, and justice. We are choosing none of them. One of the speakers earlier said that she wishes she was us because supposedly we have the power to change this. And yet I feel pretty powerless. I texted Emma when this happened to ask her to do more because I didn't know what to do. This is the most ashamed I've ever been to be a representative of the City Council. So today, I just lament the decision that seems, based on what I heard at Board of Finance, to have already been made. Tomorrow morning, I will be another body under the leadership of folks who have done far more than I have to support Sears Lane and protest the removal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. I have Councilor Mason in the queue.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would like to request a 10-minute recess, if I may.
Okay, I will grant it. We'll be back at 10:53. back, I have Councilors Stromberg and Hansen in the queue. Councilor Stromberg.
Okay, thank you. I feel kind of embarrassed for us. I feel like this is one of those things that seems very obvious for us to pass, and we're spending so much time on it. So yeah, I feel kind of embarrassed, like sitting up here tonight. And I didn't ever want to believe that there could be such a lack of compassion, and I happen to believe that because I've been proven wrong, and I feel like we're like blaming people and punishing them for like simply existing. And I know what it's like to, I've never ever been, I'm fortunate in many ways, from a privileged background and just kind of I have a job, and I have clothing, and I have food, and I have a bed to go home to tonight. But in many ways, we've all, to some extent, we know how it is to feel lost when we're trying to look for resources for something, right? We've all done something for the first time in one way or another, somewhere in the world where we're like, I don't know how to get help, or, what to do, how to get the ball rolling on X, Y, or Z. And I cannot imagine what it must feel like for those things to be about housing and for, food and warmth, especially in northern Vermont. So I really feel like we need to still center that really critical topic that we had just been talking about racial justice and environmental justice and economic justice and social justice, because this is what that is. And this is a critical part of it. And I think it is our responsibility to compromise and work on this topic, but also give this resolution a chance, give these people a chance, because I have no idea how to help them tomorrow. As just another citizen, as a counselor, I need to help our fellow Burlingtonians. I have no idea how to do that other than maybe get them some food and maybe get them some clothes, but there's no long-term thing that I have the power to do as one person sitting here. So I would just implore us tonight to really focus on the fact that this is such a big thing, and I know that this is one example of that big thing, and I know that there's a lot of frustration around it on both sides, but we have to do something. This is serious, and it's real bad timing. So I please asking my colleagues and the administration to be lenient on this and really try to work in the next however long to figure something out that's not what the outcome is currently for tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hansen, to be followed by Councilor Mason.
Thanks. And I really appreciate everyone who has spoken on this, both on the council and from the public. And I agree with so much of what's been said. I'm trying to come up with all these ways to explain it and ways to say it, but at the end of the day, this is just so clearly wrong to sit here and basically target some of the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our community, people who don't have a lot of resources, who are struggling in a number of ways, to go out of our way from our chairs here and to make their lives harder, make their lives worse, remove them from the only shelter that they have. I don't know how that could possibly be justified and be seen as a solution that's going to create a better community or healthy community for them or anybody else. We've talked about the work that's happening to find more stable housing and find better housing options for people at the camp who want it. And that's great. That's exactly what we should be doing. And clearly, clearly it's possible because we've already made progress on it. And now that a lot more people are paying attention and a lot more people are showing support, we're seeing things happen, and that can continue to happen, and we should do that, and the city should support that. That should be the focus. To displace and evict is the opposite of that, and just really has no place. And I can't comprehend how that could be okay and how that could be a solution. Clearly, there's alternatives. Clearly, there's things that we can and should work on to better support folks down there, to address safety concerns down there. The residents of the camp want to feel safe, obviously. So if there are threats or safety issues emerging from the camp, there's a shared interest, not just from neighbors, but from residents themselves of addressing that. And there's clearly a lot of opportunity for collaboration and to get a lot of folks who are currently at the camp into better housing, and also to support folks that ultimately want to stay there, who for one reason or another, the other options available to them, if there are any, if we do identify other options, maybe those options don't work for them for one reason or another and they want to stay at the camp. We can support that. There's clearly tons of people in the community that can support that, including CVOEO, who came here tonight and said explicitly that anyone who wants to stay, they're going to be there to support them. And we heard so many members of the public who it's the same thing. So that is the approach, and the response is find better options for those who want them, connect folks with resources, and then support the people that need to stay. And there's really just no excuse. I mean, on our consent agenda tonight, we didn't even discuss or debate it. It was on a consent agenda, which is $263,000 to fund the Daytime Warming Center and $20,000 to fund the Fletcher Free Library's efforts to serve the needs of the houseless. So, and this is coming from ARPA funding, from federal funding. So clearly we have the ability, we have the resources to better support people. We're hearing that over and over again. People are scrambling right now trying to do that for folks down there, and they're scrambling because of this eviction deadline tomorrow. And it's just, we know that tomorrow night, people who are currently living at Sears Lane, if the eviction moves forward, do not have a place to go. We know that. That is clear. And to support that, knowing that these people have nowhere to go, is just unconscionable.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. I have Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I want to start by first thanking the administration and those who have been involved, volunteers, CVOEO, DCF, everyone who's really stepped up over the last week to try and ameliorate some of the conditions and the issues that are at Sears Lane. This is an interesting debate because I often feel it's somewhat similar to some of the national debate, that it's the same set of facts, but we have two sides drawing completely different conclusions. We heard repeatedly throughout public forum, cherry picking, whether this was the assertion that this was pretextual, that it was only because there was one bad apple. That's simply not, as one of the representatives who represents Ward 5 and has seen the encampment over the last, multiple years, I shudder every time I walk by there at the conditions that I'm seeing and the fear that someone is going to get very, very hurt. We have makeshift structures that are constructed. There are generators running. There's open gas containers. There's electricity being pulled from a pole, an outlet. And quite honestly, I and Councilor Shannon have been expressing concerns for a material period of time, and the administration has resisted those calls, trying to make something work. But what happened is Plan B failed. It got to a point where there needed to be a managed service. An RFP was put out and no one responded. To me, that speaks volumes about the issues that were there. That happened to coincide, with the rather large drug busts that happened at the same time. But once you got in, which the administration did, and started looking at the conditions, there's a litany of crises and problems that we've all seen repeatedly. It's in the emotion today. No one talks about that. I mean, everyone talks about it's only the impact, and I'm not undermining the impact on those residents, but I'm struggling to understand, are we waiting for something serious to happen before, and then we all say, it's not our fault, the administration should have stepped in sooner. It's just, we all seem to be glossing over that fact, ignoring the fact that there are residents that I represent who are on the other side, who are living through hell on a daily basis. One of the public speakers came up to me and told me before we started, he had been threatened with a gun twice in the last week. He took a week off from work because he was walking around armed all times because of fearing for his own safety. He took a week off from work because he was afraid to leave his grandchild and his wife in their home. That's okay. We're okay with that. I don't know which camper it is and whether that individual happens to have been displaced. I don't know that, nor does anyone else at this table. But to just assume that that's okay, we should put up with that, that's not a realistic expectation that residents should have to put up with that day in and day out. The additional evidence we got today, someone launched a bow, an arrow at a, UVM medical center worker who was getting off a bus. Not acceptable behavior. Repeated public commenters spoke, that I live in an apartment and you wouldn't take down the entire, kick everyone out because of one bad act. That may be true, but we also have health codes and public codes. If someone went and built an entire apartment building without getting a single permit, was running it off juice, from the local outlet, no sanitary facilities, open drug use and criminal activity, no one would believe that the city would allow that to continue. So at this point, I'm not supportive of this, given the 19 through 21 seek to keep it open indefinitely, which I don't think is a realistic expectation, nor is it fair to the neighbors. I know both Chief Locke and I believe Chief Murad are online, and I would welcome, maybe hearing from them in terms of some of what they've supported and the public health issues that they've identified at the site. If they're so.
Did you have a specific
Chief
question
Locke.
for them?
Yes, I would like them to speak specifically to the. And I believe Chief Murad is also online.
Sure, yep.
Thank you.
Welcome, Chief Locke.
Good evening, councilors. How are you tonight? Several weeks ago, the mayor asked me my position on a managed encampment because obviously it doesn't fit the normal living conditions that went on the building code the way we enforce them. And I told him I fully support a managed site. That I understand that there is a houselessness problem, and we do have to think about things outside of the box. And I would support that. However, we face a crisis down there, and someone will die. They won't necessarily die from exposure. They will die from fire or carbon monoxide. And that I am competent of. Those structures are built with plywood, pallets, tarps, all highly combustible materials. Our firefighters are probably less than 3 minutes away. The building is down before we leave the station. There is no way to exit. You take the storage of highly flammable LP gas cans, gasoline cans, mix that with smoking material, probably a little bit of alcohol usage. We will have a fatal fire down there this winter. And as I told the administration, you have to be prepared for that. A managed site where we can manage the heating appliances, where we currently have stovepipes going up through just a tarp or a wooden structure without appropriate distancing. Again, we are going to have a fire down there, and it will be tragic. And then, and I understand that we every day are required to place ourselves in danger for public good. We don't ever anticipate being threatened with weapons. It's just typically not what we do. We certainly have the capabilities for that. We do carry bulletproof vests and armored helmets for helmets.
But that's not what we do, and I think for me, that was the straw that I said, I can no longer support this as it currently is. It is a dangerous site. It's dangerous for my people. We've had to change our response plans to ensure we have police protection, or police are responding with us, or ask the patient not to exit the site because we don't want to enter it. That is an uncomfortable place to be as the fire chief. More uncomfortable for my responders who have to be there at 2 a.m. and with no discretionary time have to make decisions that impact the safety of those people and their own safety. So again, I think that a managed site works. The conditions that are currently there are unsanitary, unsafe to live in, certainly unsafe to respond in.
Thank you, Chief Locke.
Thank you.
I don't know if Acting Chief Murad's online, but if not, that's okay.
I do believe Chief Murad is online.
Council President Tracy, thank you for having me. I certainly echo everything that Chief Locke has just said. From a responder perspective, there have been a number of fires there. In 2019, a trailer exploded. We have responded there as police officers with great frequency. We have recovered numerous stolen vehicles there. We have recovered numerous stolen bicycles there. Stolen property was recovered during the search warrant for the narcotics arrest that was made on October 13. We have responded there for incidents of violence. It was reported to you just a while ago about an arrow that was shot, presumably from the encampment at a UVM worker in the parking lot or in the vicinity of that person. It's undetermined, but the fact that these incidents are happening. And I think that the person that the Councilor Mason mentioned with regard to coming home from work, feeling that he needs to protect his own property, I have great concerns about escalation there. I have great concerns about current certain amounts of loggerhead that are happening between people who live in the neighborhood to the west of Sears Lane and those who are currently staying in Sears Lane. There have been incidents of heightened animosity between them, allegations of rock throwing, allegations of threatening with weapons. And in some instances, there have been people who have approached one another with weapons on both sides of that equation. That is, people associated with the encampment and people who live in the neighborhood to the west. And eventually there is going to be an escalation that leads to something more dire. We have seen this before in Burlington encampments. Forrest Bryant was killed in an encampment in 2014. Amos Beatty killed in 2016. These things do happen in these kinds of environments, and it's because there is a sense of danger. And it's something that other members of the encampment speak about. They've talked about it with members of the police department, particularly with Lacey Smith. They recognize it. We are certainly cognizant of the need to find alternatives for people who live in this encampment currently and who are staying in that encampment. But the fact of the matter is that the conditions inside it are parlous. They are dangerous. They are not healthy. And it is, I believe, irresponsible to allow them to stay longer than they have at this point. I think that we're in a place where we can begin to actually find alternatives for many of these individuals. Alternatives have already been found for many of these individuals. And it is not merely the one actor who was arrested in the ongoing narcotics investigation. There are other individuals in that encampment who are committing criminal acts. We do not have probable cause for those yet, but anyone who goes to that encampment and sees the volume of bicycles, puts that together with the volume of stolen bicycles that we have known to have recovered from that location, cannot assume that there's anything other than a grand repository of stolen property. Similarly for automobiles, that is a location that not only the Burlington Police Department, but other agencies have gone to recover stolen vehicles successfully, found them there. It is, there's ongoing activity of that kind there. So this is not only the kind of place that people are talking about in terms of nascent community or some kind of sanctuary. It's a place where there's ongoing criminal activity and a not insignificant amount of it.
Thank you, Acting Chief. President Tracy, my last question maybe is for the administration. There have been repeated questions about the RFP process. Could maybe the administration speak a little bit to the engagement that went on before and during, and why, at least it appears to have been unsuccessful?
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to try to address questions about the RFP and some inaccuracies about the history with Sears Lane that have been stated tonight and last time we met last week. So it is true that Sears Lane is a location where there have frequently been encampments in recent years. The city repeatedly and frequently removed those encampments. They were problematic in the past, and the city frequently took action to address serious public health and public safety issues. What changed over the last year during the pandemic is that we have attempted to find, as many of the speakers called for tonight, as some of our colleagues tonight have suggested, we worked very hard over the last year to try to find some way to use the city-owned land to contribute, to be a resource in addressing our incredible housing crisis, which is everyone who's spoken tonight suggesting we have a major problem there is completely right. People are right to be outraged at the housing challenges that Vermonters face and the Burlingtonians face. So we tried to do something different here, and we tried repeatedly, and we worked hard on this for a long time. The first was an attempt to have essentially shelter pod proposal a year ago that almost received funding from the state. This is before the city had emergency funds, almost received funding from the state, but failed on a divided vote. We continue to work this year to try to come up with a way to, as other cities have done successfully, have a managed encampment there. And this was not a 2-week process, and I want to be really clear about that. Conversations began with the nonprofit community in the spring. They intensified over the course of the summer, and the CEDO team, Director Brian Pine, was his highest priority that I gave him when he began his work in June. And for months, the city team worked to try to make a management encampment site work there. Even when it became clear that no one would respond to the RFP, the CEDO team continued to work with the Burlington Housing Authority to see if some additional MOU could be arranged, and that seemed to have some promise to it, but that organization is now going through a leadership change, and they were unable to pursue it. So we were left in the days leading up to these two really quite unacceptable incidents 2 weeks ago. The attempt to create a managed encampment clearly had not been successful, and the city has no way of addressing the very serious public health, public safety, and crime concerns that you've heard from the chiefs if we are not without that. And so really, I agree with Councilor McGee that this is an issue of life and death. And we are acting from a place of being very concerned about what will happen if we continue on the current trajectory. As we've just heard from Chief Locke, we are very likely to see serious injuries and death if we allow the encampment in its current form to continue. We have no way of better managing it, and so we are taking other action. We are mobilizing other resources, and I want to make sure this is clear, because I feel like from some of the comments of councilors tonight, maybe, and this will be understandable, I want to make sure I'm articulating clearly what the plan is starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. We are succeeding in mobilizing substantial emergency resources to help anyone who wants help from the city and our partners get into a better housing situation. Those resources were not available until the administration announced the action that the encampment would be removed. They have been made available on an emergency basis. These are different emergency resources from any of the other state programs right now. They have been mobilized specifically to it. You heard from the executive director, Paul Dragon, is working on a one-on-one basis with everyone at the encampment that they can make contact with, and those efforts are succeeding. There are somewhere approaching 20 people now who have, through the work with CVOEO, found we're on the cusp of finding new housing opportunities as a result of these emergency resources. And anyone who is continuing, as of 9 a.m. tomorrow, the order will still be in place. There's a suggestion that there's an eviction happening tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What is happening tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I welcome anyone who wants to talk to the city attorney to get into this more precisely. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, anyone who is still on the site that has been duly noticed will be subject to sanction for trespassing if they are still there after 9 a.m. However, what I have said to you, what we have said publicly, what we will continue to say to campers at the site tomorrow is that anyone who is continuing to work with the city, with our partners in good faith, who is attempting to move into a alternative form of housing, is attempting to access these resources that are being made available, we are going to give them time to succeed with that. We are not going to take precipitous action tomorrow with anyone who is seeking to relocate to a better housing option. And we are doing that work on a one-on-one basis, and we are going to continue to work very hard to see that that work succeeds. Thank you, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. Nothing further.
All right, I have Councilor Freeman in the queue.
Thank you, President Tracy. Is my microphone working okay tonight?
Yep, you sound good.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of notes here, and I think a lot of thoughts have come up during this conversation. I want to thank some of the previous counselors who spoke from a place of vulnerability. It's always an interesting dynamic to bring our full selves and our full identities to this space. I find for myself that sometimes it's easier than others, and this is certainly one of those topics that does strike a personal chord with me. I don't normally speak about this in the context of these meetings. I don't really speak about it publicly at all, but for that matter, but this issue is important, and it's important to me. And so I just want to speak a little bit. Most people don't know about this, or I guess publicly, I've never spoken about this. I guess people who are closer to me probably know, but for many years of my life, I'm lucky, I think now, to be in good health sort of in general and good emotional health. But for many years of my life, I was suicidal, which I don't know if many people know. And I think that, I promise this is relevant. I think that for me, that experience and having experience with mental health has given me a sense of shared community with folks who also have a sort of array of mental health issues. And I think that what that has led me to is look at a lot of the overlap, which there is a considerable amount of overlap between mental health issues and houselessness. And it is one of the things that is most frustrating for me in these conversations when we talk about houselessness, because although we can focus on sort of aspects of economic stability, there is such an intense overlap really with mental health. And that's why during the last meeting, I brought up the fact that for some folks, 4 walls is just not going to be something that's ever going to work for them. And it frustrates me so much because I find it to be extremely discriminatory that a group of people, especially people who might be able-bodied, can sort of meet, their needs in sort of more traditional ways, can pay their bills at the end of the month, can sit around a table and make decisions about other people's lives who may not have access to those. And that is completely fair that they don't, and they are allowed to do that. And it is extremely discriminatory and ableist to not consider that when we make these decisions. And that's why when I say that we need to have housing policy that's inclusive and comprehensive, that's what I'm referring to. And so I think one of the other biggest frustrations about this conversation, in this conversation, is that one of the main things that gets brought up in defense of these types of policies, things that close down encampments or put limits on people being able to sort of sleep outside if they want to. And of course, I actively believe that we should be giving resources to folks, but we can actively do that without closing down encampments. It is not an either or. Is this conversation about safety and that this idea that these are just sort of crime-ridden areas, and that what we're really concerned about, and I think this is what the administration has put forward, and various folks, that there's just such a concern about crime, and that this is so harmful and this is so dangerous. And I think that is just such. It's not an argument that actually, when you hold it up to the light, like actually has teeth to it. It's a way to deceive people into thinking that we care about harm reduction and safety, when really what this action is discriminatory. It's classist. It marginalizes people who are maybe not doing well economically, are not well in health, have whatever it is that puts people in a position of needing to. We've heard people talk about being houseless due to domestic violence. These are really serious issues, and these are all reasons that people may become houseless at a certain point. And using arguments that that this is just simply dangerous, and this is why we need to that we need to close this area, is just it's not. It doesn't actually bear out. And I think that that if you look at harm reduction from the perspective that people actually become less harmful, the more resources that they have and the more community that's around them, that we wouldn't use sort of this archaic thinking of this punitive idea that we need to sort of that if we remove the things that people have to meet their basic needs, that this is somehow going to make them less harmful. And so I really just find that argument is completely baseless. It's extremely frustrating. It's frustrating to realize that this is going to impact people in a way that is just, I think, completely unfair. That the issue broadly, even if we move out the date of closing down the camp, or if we, say, it should be in a week or whatever, there's no point in which closing it down is going to change any of those issues, that are going to change the fact that this is essentially punitive and meant to discriminate against people who, for whatever reason, are houseless. And it could be, for any various, sort of causes and factors. So this is just such a difficult conversation to witness. And I always try to write things down ahead of time, but sometimes it's hard in the moment it's just an emotional topic, and I feel like I have made so many emotional pleas and pleas to people's values and sort of this collective humanity, and to not make essentially like discriminatory decisions at this council, and I honestly, it is so hard to know if it ever is really making a difference, and the amount of toll that it takes to tell this story or any story over and over again when it is the lived experience is so difficult, is just it's just exhausting. And sitting and hearing the pretty awful and terrible reasons to close this camp or any encampment is just it just feels absolutely terrible, and it makes me really sad. So I absolutely support leaving the encampment open, and I really hope that, as always, I hope that we can make a decision that actually supports people. And it's just hard to say whether that's going to happen tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I have Councilor Jang.
I do not write a lot of statement, but today I did. I wanted to capture what I wanted to say about this issue. And I completely agree that everyone deserves and have the right for a permanent housing. America has all the resources. We do. Burlington has the resources as well. But what it seems what's lacking is the willingness to do it. We have $15 million that we want to figure out what to do with it in this city, right? Do we have the willingness to definitely do? But I don't think deconstructing the campsite will solve this problem. Because if we do, it will just bring the same people who need housing to a different site, a different location, and other people will experience the same problem. Different neighborhoods. There are all the smaller, let's say, type of these camps in the city. They're elsewhere, but just some smaller scale. And those people are cool. They do their thing. They live their lives. No drama, nothing. We have to recognize that for some people, this is about their way of life. They do not need to be housed. They do not need a voucher, because I talk to these people. I know most of them. The city here, we have held several housing summits. Have we ever included homelessness? We don't, and I requested it. Let's not look affordable housing. Let's look about housing for the people here. At least 2, we did it here, despite all my requests. But I was told that this administration is doing something about it. And soon there will be actions and proposal. Right here, here we are. I also wanted to clarify that I did not wait until this issue is hot for me to step up. I live in the New North End. I'm a proud New North Ender. I could have said, oh, this is not the New North End. But when I heard of this issue, I took action. I lived on Pine Street for 8 years, never heard of the Sears land. Never. Until businesses, the surrounding businesses, been bugging me. Oh, you have to come see. I've been hearing Sears land, but never been there, never. It's on August the 20th that I set my foot in there. But what I have seen, ladies and gentlemen, what I witnessed, what I have seen with my proper eyes, I could not believe that I am in the city of Burlington. the biggest city, the economic driver of the state of Vermont. I could not believe. I interacted with President Tracy, CEDO director, because I was blown of what I witnessed, what I have seen, the stories that I heard from the businesses that I talked to. I could not believe in that. I was embarrassed to be a city councillor in here and then having this in my doorstep, not even knowing about it. People have been complaining for years and years. This issue is not new. Joe, Councillor Maggie, maybe you are new, but there has been lengthy conversation at CDNR. Members of CDNR include Democrats and progressives about this issue, the RFP, all of this discussion. Please go read the meeting minutes of CDNR. This issue is not new, but when I heard about it, I took action. I left my job on a Friday, be there, witness it, talk to the homeless people who live there, talk to the surrounding businesses to take action. And I think the time is right now. This is about the quality of life of property taxpayers, of business owners, the people who live there. This is about their life. What's at stake during a public health emergency? I have seen the humanity of those people who live there. Great, wonderful people. Right? The condition in which I found those people at Sears Lane, wild cats, dogs unleashed, just chickens on the loose everywhere, generators plugging my ears. This is what I saw. I felt even in one point that I'm in a mechanical, where people repair cars and motorcycles, lumbers. No, the condition anyone who wants, I can send you the email of frustration that I sent to a couple among us to try to just express what I said. Businesses are concerned. Property owners are concerned. I did not wait until you hear a report from WCAX to then talk about this, where in your communities you could have pushed even harder for the administration to take action. And they were doing it too. It was just very slow, at a smaller scale, very slow, right? There was not a sense of urgency, and I did not at least sense it to anyone from us. We, as a city council, we have a standing items on our agenda: climate, health, emergency. We do. We discuss it every day. And we can do exactly the same thing by having homelessness progress report if we are serious about this issue. I think that's what we need to do. This is not about Sears Lane. This is a big issue, and it needs a comprehensive plan to get it done. That's what I'm interested about. I'm also called to ensure the safety of businesses, property taxpayers, and they are concerned. I want action. I don't want talk. I don't protest. I'm not voted to come here to protest. I was voted to take action, and that's what I try to do, and let's do it together. This site, CVOO made it clear today to us. Let me read you a couple of it. And also, I'm a board member at CVOO, a proud one. Mr. Paul Dragon made it clear. 9 people have been already housed. 9. 12 people are strongly considering to be housed. 12. He said there are 2 who are relocating in a different state elsewhere. There are 3, 4, or 5 people left. 3, 4, or 5 people. And he said his team are there every day to provide services. I think there is all of us to come together on this. This site, we need to clean it up. We need to look into all the people also who live inside the woods, right? We need to provide housing for them. And whoever is willing to put a standing item, homelessness progress report, let's work together. Let's all come together. And before the end of the day, there has been also a lot of reports in the state of Vermont about chronic homelessness, how the state and municipalities come together to put it down. Veterans, they've been helped. People with mental health, we have work to do. People who are addicted, we have work to do. But let's do it together. I have amendments. And my amendments, I think, are fair, and it will allow at least for this resolution to be balanced. I put those amendments, and it's a coordination again. Democrats looked at it. Mr. Mayor did some proposal for us to maybe extend, not pushing people away tomorrow, but let's allow CVOO and those who want to be housed, right, to get the proper services they need within a week. So if you're ready, President Tracy, I wanna—
Yes, please go ahead.
My amendments. Okay. So after line 18 of the resolution, I have 3 different whereas clauses. I want to put them all down, and if you want, I can read it. The first one, whereas the City Council recognize the quality of life concerned experienced by some property taxpayers and renters living at the proximity of the Sierra Lane encampment site. The second whereas clause, the Burlington City Council is aware of several safety concerns expressed by members of the Burlington School District community and other due to the proximity of the encampment site at Champlain Elementary School, businesses, and neighbors. The third one, whereas the City Council does not ignore but recognizes all the ongoing concerns about the Sierra Lane encampment even before the COVID-19. I want to talk about those first, Councilor President, and then we can talk about the rest. I want to bring those forward first.
Okay, so we have a motion on adding 3 whereas clauses. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Mason. Any discussion? Councilor Hanson?
Is it the ones that were emailed, or are there changes since then?
Yep, they also on board doc. It's the same thing.
On board docs, okay. Are you clear, Councilor Hanson?
Is anyone?
Might need a second to read it, but yeah.
Is there further comments?
Is there anyone in the queue? Sorry, I can't see.
No, go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
If these are the ones that were sent over email, I am reading them now. I think the first whereas clause, I don't like it because it pits, the language says property taxpayers and renters living at the proximity of the Sierra Lane. I don't like the idea of pitting taxpayers and renters against people who are houseless. That just is such a false dichotomy, and I think is a really poor way to classify people living in community with each other. I just think that is the quality of life concerns experienced by everyone. Why are we just identifying? It's just, I don't like this. The safety concerns, again, in the second whereas clause, again, I think that this is, this argument is a red flag to me. When we talk about safety concerns, a lot of times so we all know vagrancy laws were outlawed. We can't just, basically, it's not a crime to be poor anymore. This was outlawed in 60s, 70s, et cetera, and so forth. But so now other excuses like behavior is a way that we get around vagrancy laws as to penalize being poor essentially, or have mental health issues, et cetera. And saying people are dangerous or violent. This is another way that we basically get around vagrancy laws, because we still just want to make it a crime to be poor or mentally ill. So I don't like that whereas clause. And then the last whereas clause, again, it doesn't, I don't think it really adds to the resolution. And so these whereas clauses as a slate, I will not be supporting them.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to.
Could I make a comment, President Tracy?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Councilor Freeman's point, and I don't want to go through. Councilor Jang wanted to amend the language. I would be supportive of changing that first whereas clause to the City Council recognizes the life safety concerns experienced by some taxpayers, renters, campers, school children, and passersby. I think that to say they are merely quality of life concerns and not to recognize that the campers are certainly the most vulnerable of all in this situation, I don't think quite captures the lived experience of everybody in this area. However, I am grateful for Councilor Jang's efforts, and I think it was close. So again, I don't want to keep debating this. This is an action clause. But if there was interest, I do have that language. Thank you.
Okay, so are you not making an amendment, Councilor Shannon?
I am not making an amendment.
Okay, anyone else in the queue on this amendment? Okay, seeing none, will the city clerk please call the roll on the amendment?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter? Yes. Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
No.
Councilor Hanson?
No.
Councilor Hightower? No. Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
No.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Strongberg?
No.
City Council President Tracy?
No.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
The amendment fails. We're back to the underlying resolution. I don't have anyone else in the queue. We ready to go to a vote? Councilor Carpenter.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Shannon?
Oh, sorry.
I have Councilor Carpenter first. Did you want to get it back in the queue for the underlying?
Well, I am confused because I thought Councilor Jang was gonna, we're back to the underlying and Councilor Jang had some additional amendments.
Yes.
Okay, were you wanting to continue on, Councilor Jang?
Of course, please, yes.
Okay, Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Thank you, and it seems that the council is divided and refuse to recognize some of the concerns we have been hearing about this whole issue. It's very clear. But now, I have another amendments, 2 other. I wanted to replace line 19 to line 21 with a resolve clause. And as indicated on board doc, this is very clear that be it further resolved, the City Council urges the administration and partners to continue to work on one-on-one with all Sierra Land campers to ensure that every camper who wants better housing and is working in good faith with that city to ensure that it is has the time necessary to complete that housing plan. That's the first. I want to replace the resolve clause on line 19 to line 21, is what I just read, Mr. President.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second on that amendment? Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Or did you want the floor back, Councilor Jang?
No, President Tracy.
Okay, is there further discussion on this amendment? Councilor Carpenter.
Just clarifying, was the current asks that the encampment can continue, and this I'm interpreting and I'm supportive of, that the city will work one-on-one to ensure everybody has a housing option. So to me, that sounds like a reasonable and fair alternative. The administration has expressed their intent to not ask everyone to leave tomorrow morning, but that we get to a point where folks can safely be given other alternatives. And we've heard from CVOEO, they believe that's possible. That doesn't answer the long-term solution about the fact that we probably need some planned camping, and we need the time to get that plan together. And so I think that this will allow us to make sure that those current occupants are safe, and that we can do some planned work that we desperately need.
Thank you. I don't have any further folks in the queue.
I can get the queue.
Was that
I can get.
Councilor Free?
I can. I'm pretty sure, and again, just reading these as we go, but I think the this might be stating the obvious, but the other, this is 19 through 21, right? Yeah. So in the final draft on board docs, the resolution says, this is where we call for the administration to continue working to get toward solutions that allow the encampment to safely continue. I strongly prefer that language. I think that, again, as I spoke to earlier, I think that it's important to not just focus on the fact that some folks might be able to get access to housing, and that we should work to make sure that anyone who wants access to housing should have it. But I think that the reality is that my belief is that people should have access to being able to camp or be in non-traditional housing, and that's a right that everyone should have. And I feel that the original resolution more closely represents that value and that policy, essentially. So I don't think I'll be supporting this resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with the resolve clause that's being proposed as an addition, but I do have an issue with deleting the existing resolve clause, because I think that's where we're trying to make a clear statement and really call on the administration to not move forward with the eviction. And so I wouldn't want to delete that, but I don't have issue with the new resolve clause either. Thanks.
So are you making, never mind. Anyone else in the queue? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the resolution. I mean, not on the resolution, on the second amendment. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
No.
Councilor Hanson?
No.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
No.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Strongberg?
No.
City Council President Tracy?
No.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
The amendment carries. We are now back to the underlying resolution. Councilor Jing.
Yeah. Yeah. Developments. Take a recess. It's 5 minutes.
Max?
5 minutes.
Sorry, Councilor Jing?
Can we take a 5-minute recess, President Tracy?
5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back at 11:59. Councilor Jenga, do you have a motion?
President Tracy, those were my only amendments.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the underlying resolution?
President Tracy, could I get in the queue?
Yes, Councilor Shannon, there's no one else in the queue, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to turn my camera on while at the same time keep my notes here. Ending the encampment at Sears Lane is not about putting people out of housing and into the cold. It is about helping people come in from the cold and go into safe motels and housing away from the elements that could kill them this winter. That is if they survive the fire hazards and violence. Ending the encampment at Sears Lane is not about leaving people with no place to go. It's about finding them housing and forcing the state to finally step up with assistance, which they are now doing. Ending the encampment is not about criminalizing poverty. It is about offering people the first rung on the ladder to climb out of poverty. It is about assuring a safety net for those that want it and need it. Ending this encampment is about providing safety for campers, social workers, first responders, and neighbors. What are the safety issues in the encampment? They're needles, human feces, guns, drugs, drug dealing, intimidation, fights, violence. People have been evicted from Sears Lane already by the inhabitants of Sears Lane. One camper was burned out of their campsite. The whole place torched. The structure, bed, and belongings all gone in chars. There was an explosion at another campsite that thankfully no one died. For 10 years, there were campers there intermittently that were not problematic to themselves or others. But that has changed dramatically. I have been to Sears Lane and talked to campers, though not recently because it's become increasingly unsafe. I haven't done nothing. I've volunteered with neighbors to clean up the site, advocated for porta potties and dumpsters until a better solution could be reached. And I picked up the bullets weeks after campers denied there were guns or that what the neighbors heard were gunshots. 1 week ago, a medical center worker simply going to their car in the adjacent parking lot was shot at from the encampment with an arrow barely missing their head. A neighbor had a similar experience with an arrow into his property. These are deadly weapons being shot at innocent people in the vicinity. In a land without laws or accountability, it is very difficult to ascertain who is doing this. The piles of stolen bikes, everyone denies ownership. Same goes for stolen cars. Speaking of ableism, my differently abled neighbor, and I don't use the term disabled, because despite never having had the use of his legs, he renovated his own home and many others. And he gets wherever he needs to go by using a hand cycle. His hand cycle was dragged from his home across the tracks and found already cut up in the encampment. If someone lives in a house, an apartment, a motel, or a shelter, they cannot deny responsibility for all of the stolen property surrounding them the way they do at Sears Lane. Neighbors have been yelled at, sworn at, and intimidated by multiple people, including one brandishing a weapon. The response to that is neighbors carrying their weapons and the escalation that Chief Murad describes. Many neighbors are unable to speak here because of the intimidation and fear of retaliation and anxiety they experience. They don't sleep, they cry. While certainly not everyone in the camp is a criminal, there are criminals in the encampment that victimize neighbors and other campers, as well as the citizens of Burlington. Allowing it to continue is condoning the criminal activity and not serving the victims of the many crimes, both within and outside the encampment. This summer, I went to Sears Lane with a social worker and met many people there and heard their stories. I've also gone into Sears Lane alone, which I won't do anymore. And I've heard some very sad stories, and I strongly feel people here deserve help. The end of the encampment is the best way to facilitate that. The state was unwilling to help us until we reached this point. Now we have partners. I know because I have called them and begged. We can work with people who want to work with us to assure a smooth transition. We need to help people to get into a more stable situation than what they have now. This is not a peaceful, safe place. While the firefighters may have bulletproof vests, the school children, the medical workers, and the neighbors do not. The same person who threatened the EMTs also came to a neighbor's house to threaten that family. After being charged and released, the threats to the EMTs and patients. It can't be cleaned up with 20 to 30 people living there and more coming and going, and nobody takes accountability. I want everyone to get the help that they need, and that can best be done by continuing the process of getting people into housing. The mayor has tried for more than a year to find alternatives to allow the camp to continue, but this effort has failed, and the need to move people out of this unsafe situation is urgent. I ask the council not to obstruct the efforts to assure people are able to take advantage of better options for real housing this winter. Delay could cost a life, either of a camper or a neighbor or a passerby. The status quo is profoundly unsafe. Our city is kind, and our city workers have shown kindness to the campers. We will continue to work with people to solve problems and find solutions. But to do that, we need to be met halfway, and we need a deadline, which has already been set and extended, and the mayor can extend it again on an as-needed basis. Let's not obstruct the progress that has been made. We need to act at this moment in time when we have partners stepping up to the table. As temperatures continue to drop, the best way to save lives is to house people, not to leave them in a highly volatile and dangerous encampment. Removing people from a dangerous encampment and helping them into housing is humane, not cruel, even if the transition is difficult for everyone. CVOEO, despite their best efforts, have not made this site safe. And while they'll remain, it still won't be safe. It'll be increasingly unsafe as the weather worsens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think any of us are saying there's not serious issues down there. There clearly are. I think what we're saying is that we need to work harder to address those issues and find the resources, because we clearly have them, both in terms of the expertise, the money, the people power, the partners, the collaboration. We have the ability to work on this. And so what we're saying is, let's not give up. Let's work harder. Let's double down. And there's two fronts. There's the front of, yes, finding people at the encampment who want to find housing, connecting them with better housing. And then the other front is making the camp safe. And I think we're pointing to ways in which the camp is incredibly unsafe, but then we're just throwing up our hands and saying the solution is just to disband it and evict everyone, when in reality we could put resources into actually making the camp safe. I think it's lazy to assume that it can't be done. I know that it is possible. I know that we can do it. And you have service providers doing this hard work and are begging for more time to do that and continue that progress. So we could not only allow them to continue that, but we could also step in and double down. Again, not just getting folks housing, that's key and that's part of it, but also making the camp itself safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Anyone else?
President Tracy, may I respond to that?
I was in the queue also.
I'm Mayor Weinberger in the queue first, and then I'll come to you, Councilor Shannon. Go ahead.
I think I was in the queue after Jack.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Councilor Freeman, then Mayor Weinberger, then Councilor Shannon.
It doesn't really matter. I just didn't know if you saw me raise my hand while Councilor Hanson was.
Go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of piggyback off that. So I think, and I said this during the Board of Finance, is that, again, when we're talking about harm reduction and harm intervention, and this is why I think there is so much criticism of disposability and disposability culture, and the way that, and this is what leads to, I think, systems that are punitive, that are that lead to, I mean, there are many factors that lead to mass incarceration, but I think the philosophy and the values that lead to disposing and displacing harm and violence, and why harm intervention is actually so much more about, and I think this is what Councilor Hanson was speaking to sort of earlier, is that, or at least that's what I heard from it, is that it's about continuing to engage. And that what I brought up in Board of Finance is that back in the day, we can recall when Lunig's was giving one-way bus tickets to folks who were houseless downtown, and that there's this aspect of saying this person, someone is harmful, they are having health issues, maybe they're down on their luck, whatever it is. And so I'm going to give them a one-way ticket out of my neighborhood, out of my backyard, and out of my community, because I don't want to deal with it, not in my backyard. And that is not the way that we reduce harm. That is not the way that we treat human beings. Human beings are not disposable. It's in your backyard. It's in all of our backyard. Okay. And we're not just going to, my belief is that we don't just dispose, right, and just displace that. And that's why I'm so frustrated, why I understand, and I think that most people at the table are saying that we don't like harm, that we don't like, but that's not actually what's happening here. What we're talking about is displacing and disposing of human beings, and that's not okay. And to not like completely tear this conversation open, but you know, since we're here, I might as well get into it, since it's a related topic. And what I think is so frustrating is that when I brought up other aspects of harm and intervening, for example, this is like forever going to be the third rail, and I feel like I am just destined to constantly bring it up, and I just am going to go for it again, once again. When I brought up, and I brought it up probably 3-4 times about, and this is so messy, but I'm just gonna go for it. That the amount, for example, just using an example of harm in the statistic high amount of harm and abuse that happens by police officers in their personal relationships, in their home life. And the amount of times that I've been silenced in that conversation, and it's met with crickets when I bring that up, even though it is statistically been looked at, it's because my belief is that we don't actually want to address harm when it's messy. But what we want to do is we want to use arguments around harm to sort of cover for things like displacing and disposing people based on values that are actually really classist and ableist. And it's extremely frustrating, and I don't think we should prop up those arguments with false claims that we're concerned about safety, when what we're really trying to do is displace people and penalize them. And it's extremely frustrating. So I agree. I strongly advocate for harm reduction, for addressing safety, but I want to talk about things that are actually not safe, and not just use a lack of safety as a way to prop up sort of arguments that don't actually really have any teeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I have Mayor Weinberger to be followed by Councilor Shannon.
I just want to try to succinctly address the statement that somehow we're giving up. We are not giving up on addressing the serious problems that we have with housing and homelessness and houselessness in this community. On your agenda, as Councilor Hansen mentioned, the administration came forward and has expanded supports for people who do not have homes over the course of this winter with bringing back to the downtown a day station. This is in addition to the biggest expansion of services for the chronically homelessness the city, I think, has ever had. About 9 months ago, with the creation of the year-round low barrier shelter on Shelburne Road. The CEDO team continues to work to explore, to find a way to use city properties to next year have additional facilities to help us support people who want to live in non-traditional settings, who are not able to access other aspects of our housing safety net or other housing options. We need more tools to properly and supportively make our way through future challenges like the one we're facing here. And the CEDO team and I will continue to work on that as hard as we can and bring another proposal back to this council as soon as we're able to. It cannot succeed at the current site under the current conditions, but we are going to continue to work on the effort to add to the safety net that we have for supporting people who do not have homes in the months ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Councilor Shannon.
I have a lot to say, but it's after 12:15 and I will refrain. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, let's go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter? The resolution?
It's the underlying as amended.
The underlying as amended. Yes.
What is your vote, Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Can you please say it into your mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
Sorry, can I just have a point of information?
What is your point of information?
I was confused by Councilor Carpenter's vote. We are voting on the underlying, correct?
Yes, the underlying resolution, yes.
But I thought I heard someone say as amended. Did I miss an amendment was there an amendment that passed? Did I miss it? I thought they were both 6-6, but maybe I missed it.
Second amendment did carry.
Oh, it did. Okay. Sorry. Can I, sorry, let me just process that. Do you want to, no, I need to vote now. Sorry, I completely missed that. I thought that it was 6-6. I'm sorry, the hour. I don't know.
That's not a vote, Councilor Freeman. Can you please vote yes or no?
I just need a second to process. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we're already calling the roll.
Okay, well, just need to look at the.
Councilor Freeman, what is your vote?
Sorry, I just didn't realize their amendment. I literally just need like 40 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Can you just skip to us and go back to?
I think it's okay if I take like 40 seconds. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you please continue calling the roll?
Councilor Hansen?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Strongberg?
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
12 ayes.
Resolution carries. We will now continue with our next item on the agenda. We have two more. Resolution setting a community-wide transportation demand management program. Councilor Hanson.
Thanks. This is a discussion that's been happening for a long time around transportation demand management. I think this is looking to move the ball rolling towards larger scale action on TDM, community-wide. This was, the funding for this study was included in the mayor's budget that we approved. And the idea is that we would look into how we can create a citywide system where institutions and employers would be required to support alternative transportation for their employees and visitors and people going to and from their site. And so this lays out sort of a framework that we could study that. And I think the reason this is important, why does it matter? Why are we putting resources towards it? Transportation is the biggest source of, still are in a climate emergency. We still have a very long way to go, especially in transportation, but it's also an equity issue and an economic issue. We're trying to find ways to support people moving around the city, getting to where they need to get, getting to key services and employers, and being able to do that cost effectively and not needing to spend tens of thousands of dollars to purchase and own and operate their own personal automobile. If people choose to do that, that's fine, but we want to make sure that folks that can't afford that or choose not to do that can still move around safely and efficiently. So that is the gist of it, and those are some of the reasons why I think this is important, but this is really just a starting place. This would go to the committee, and it's going to be a long process, even just to get the study off the ground. So this is just step one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Sorry, did we get a second on that?
I actually think I just spoke. I don't think I actually made the motion.
Can you please make the motion?
I will move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any further discussion?
Yeah, really quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is a really incredible opportunity for a lot of different entities to be able to be a part of this kind of transition that we do want to see here in Burlington, but also lead the way in the county and the state and the country. So yeah, I think it's so funny because we have the climate emergency reports right after the public forum, and it's always like there's usually a dominating topic, and then it's hard to just segue right into the climate emergency after that. But I do want to reiterate the fact that like the West Coast just had its worst storm ever, like ever in recorded history, happen in the last 48 hours, and that's pretty terrifying. And these things are happening live, and they're happening right now, and they're impacting people and friends of mine that are living over there. So yeah, I'm really excited that this is something we're going to be hopefully moving forward with in a very serious way. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Brings us to our final item of the evening, 6.10, a resolution regarding the issuance of general obligation bond for capital projects. Councilor Paul?
Thanks, President Tracy. I would waive the reading and adopt the resolution. I do not need the floor back after a second.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Jang. Councilor, CEO Shad, are you just able to give just a brief explanation of this? Because we already adopted this, correct?
Yes. We are bringing this back before you because unfortunately there was a minor issue in the table of the resolution that you approved a few weeks ago. And although that is not a binding table, it did cause some confusion with some members of the media and the public. So we wanted to make sure that although it's illustrative, that everyone has the same information. And that's why we're bringing it back before you. Again, we're gonna come back before you, assuming the bond were to pass by the voters before we spend the money. But this is just making sure that what's in the resolution matches what was in the PowerPoint that we showed you at the end of September.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion?
President Tracy, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
I was hoping that CAO Shad could be a little bit more specific about what the difference is. Not having them side by side, I don't really understand what changed.
Sure, Councilor or CEO Shad.
Yes, let me pull that up. But the main difference is that we had money in vehicles that is now been taken out and has been put towards municipal buildings. And Mayor, do you remember what the other line item was?
Yeah, if you compare them side by side, the proper table, the one that is in before you for action now, has $2 million more for sidewalk funding, and it as the CEO indicated, there's an additional $1.5 million for civic buildings, and the reduction is in the fleet going from 5.4 down to 2.2. I believe those are the main changes.
That's correct.
There might be some minor additional ones, but
that was the main one, Mayor. I just couldn't remember about sidewalks. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Shannon?
Yes, but in addition, could you also speak to if we don't adopt this tonight and we put it on a ballot at a later date, either March or November? My understanding is that we may get a lot of the money that we need from federal funds, some from savings from last year, or capital funds we didn't spend last year. So what exactly will be the impact of voters not passing this? It's actually, voters have contacted me today and I think yesterday saying that they have the ballots in hand at this point. So it's an odd time to be amending it, but I appreciate why you're doing this.
Thank you, Mayor.
So to be really clear, the ballot is not being amended. The ballot was properly, the language for the ballot was properly approved by this council, and the ballots have now been printed, and the ballots have been sent out, and people are starting to vote. And the error in the resolution does not impact, again, the kind of binding part of that resolution, which was the ballot language. The table is where there were these errors, and they were not consistent with the discussion and the PowerPoint presentations at the Board of Finance and the Council the night that this was approved. And this is correcting that so that the record is clear, essentially. I'm a little hesitant to sort of go back into the debate of the implications of what passage or non-passage of the bond means. There is language in the resolution that speaks specifically to Councilor Shannon's question about if we are successful at securing more federal resources than were projected when putting this resolution together. There are guardrails in this resolution that that commit the city to come back to the council for further action, recognizing those changes. So if we do better than expected with the federal infrastructure bill or other proceeds, great. We may not need to spend all this money, and that will be something that we work through together.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Shannon?
I'll let it go. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter? Yes. Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
Yes.
Councilor Hanson?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower? Yes. Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
No.
Councilor Strongberg?
Yes.
City Council President Tracy?
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
The motion carries, and a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Stromberg, seconded by Councilor McGee. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned at 12:32. Thank you.